Hello, my Teaserking family. How's everybody today? Would have been on a little earlier, but I lost power like 4 times. And then you got to keep resetting the internet. So I apologize for that, but still 12:30. Now, the problem, we'll talk about anything today. Pretty open. Gold, physical gold, not paper gold. Sports, Super Bowl, football. Anything you want. Gold, of course. We were talking economics yesterday about the difference of communism, which is not allowing for competition or, oh my God, substitute goods. How do I forget that word? And where capitalism or basically free market economics is basically all about competition and substitute goods. I mean, that's really, you need that in anything, right? If you want to be successful, you can't have monopolies. Monopolies are a terrible thing. That's what JP Morgan likes. That's the problem with the Federal Reserve. They're a monopoly. They're the ones who print the money, so they can fuck around with the money. And it's really a terrible thing that they do. And JP Morgan is all with monopolies because obviously he doesn't know what competition is or he doesn't know how to compete. So make a product, you can't compete with it. No, he's a criminal that needs to go to jail. Okay. So I'm going to play you 2 videos from our friend in London. It's like he's making the rounds doing these talk shows. But when you're on YouTube, since you watch him, anything else he does pops up. And so he's on, this is like the 3rd show he's on. And it's very similar to what he says, but it's always good to have it. So with that being said, I'm going to play it early on. Now I play it again because I know how I get going. So let's go to the hoop. Let's go to the gallery. And our first
What's the impact going to be in terms of America's markets and our understanding of living in the West? The need of alliances. What's going to happen on us?
Well, the evidence of this will be in rising prices. You will see, first of all, commodity prices rising. You will see prices of goods in America rising. You will be going into an economic slump while prices continue to rise. I mean, this idea that only consumers, when you get a slump, it's because consumer demand goes down and the result is that goods become cheaper. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, consumers are producers. Right. So, it's not, what happens is that, when you get a reduction in consumption, it's because people are being thrown out of work. Why? Because production is going down. So you can see that, this is Say's law. And this is the one thing that Keynes dismissed to make his argument sound reasonable.
Yeah.
Say's law says we produce to consume. So if we're not consuming, why is it? It is because we're not producing. The 2 things go hand in hand.
Right.
So you're going to see, rising prices, spiraling prices, foreigners selling the dollar. Oh, they're stupid. Why should they sell the dollar? And people in America will not realize that what's happening is their currency is collapsing. And then they wake up late. They wake up far too late in the process. And then they just try and get rid of every bit of liquidity they can for goods. That's the crack-up boom. But it always happens this way, Jay. The first thing is the foreigners get out of your currency before the domestic users suddenly sort of wake up and think, hold on a minute, this is not good. We have been sold a pup by our government. The currency's going down. This is disastrous. What do we do? There's only one thing we can do, and that's just get out of the currency. And that is always, if foreigners get out first, then, the dawning realization hits people. And, I see the commentary coming out of America. I think very, very few Americans seem to understand that the foreigners aren't going to always buy the dollar. But not only that, they don't seem to understand that the foreigners are already up to their necks in dollars. Mm-hmm. Financial assets, you just look at the US Treasury tick figures. 30 trillion, it's already fallen from 34 trillion. Financial assets and bank balances, 30 trillion now. A lot of the fall has been portfolio effect, and a lot of the fall from here will also be portfolio effect. But, if you go back to the international forum in St. Petersburg, Putin stood up and told 81 official government delegations, so we're talking about 81 different nations, the dollar is toast. And he said why? And everybody understood why. They're all primed to sell. It's almost as if Putin can turn around and say, right, now's the time to sell. And that, I think, is a very important point. He's got more power over the dollar than the Fed has, or the US Treasury. This is the reality of the situation, Jay. Not, the world needs reserve dollars. And that's another thing. This whole idea of fiat currencies and with official reserves and all the rest of it, that's out of the window. That's yesterday's story. Central banks in the future will not have currency reserves. There's no point. I mean, a little bit for liquidity purposes, but the idea that coordinated interventions in order to support your currency or whatever, that's dead. That's gone. And this is another thing which I think very few people realize.
No, there's no talk of that here, and that's to your point. The real war is not the war on the battlefield. It's awful.
Okay, so as you can see, he talks of let's handle it first. He talks of Say's law. I've always told you about that. Now I actually know what I'm talking about. So as you say, supply creates demand. So in other words, if nobody wants chicken, I don't sell it. If nobody wants a black shirt, I don't sell it. So when they say we don't want people buying stuff, that'll lower prices. Really has nothing to do with anything. As I've said, prices are not inflation. Excuse me. So his whole thesis is exactly what I'm saying. Putin holds this conference with 81 countries. So if 81 countries are with Putin or against the U.S. or don't want to be, I should write these words down, don't want to be sanctioned, thank you, and they don't want this higher interest rate because they have debt on the dollar. They got to pay the dollar back, and it's very expensive, the debt. That's 81 countries. So if 81 countries don't want the fat, ugly girl anymore, right? No, we don't want you anymore. That has no value. And as I said yesterday, so what's happening is they're trying to substitute dollars for gold because everybody knows gold's safe. And if you don't understand that, just look at gold. Why are all the central banks buying gold? If it's such a stupid investment, why does every central bank buy gold? Why does Russia and China own all these tons of it? Well, obviously, because that's the substitute for the dollar. You can't substitute your own dollar if you don't back it by gold. So if the euro is not backed by gold, it's still crap, right? Any currency that just paper that isn't weighted down and anchored. So if you don't have an anchor, so if this dollar is not anchored by gold, keeping it down, and it's free to float, it'll eventually float away to zero. But that's what the euro has done, the Swiss francs, the British pound, how all these countries are that stupid. It doesn't make any sense because everybody knows better. At least bankers and these, people running the currencies know better. So that's really your first question. How can everybody be this stupid and they can't? So it's being controlled by a Hitler type, Soros and these guys. So you have to be kind of open-minded and intelligent to ask the why question. So again, the only substitute for this is gold and silver, not stocks, not Bitcoin, only gold and silver. Well, understood Bitcoin, maybe the intent is to get out of the dollar and we're looking for another currency to get into. We know the Fed prints it. We know it's corrupt. Understood all that. But crypto is not where you go. You go to gold and silver. Because gold and silver been around since the Romans. And if I own it, I own it. I don't need to be in Bitcoin. Why am I in Bitcoin? It's not money. It's not portable. It's not scarce. Divisible for small exchanges? No. Is it fungible? Is everything the same? Replaceable? Is it accepted? And is it durable? It's not durable and it's not accepted. A lot of people don't want it, don't use it. So it's not money. It's more like a baseball card, kind of, I would say. So I kind of look at it in the same terms as a collectible. I'll buy the Bitcoin. There's demand for it and a secondary, thirdary market. Is Mickey Mantle cards or my Michael Jordan cards or Tom Brady cards, are they money? No, but they're an asset. They have value. But they're certainly not money. So I have to sell them to get the money to use the money. And that's what, I don't know why that's such a hard concept to understand. So people have a hard concept with that. What am I going to do? Buy coffee with gold? Well, no, you're going to there's always going to be the medium of exchange. So there's always going to be this, and, they'll come out with a new one, but there'll always be this to buy the groceries, to buy the dinners, to go to the casinos and play poker, to go on a trip. You want to get a cab, you want to tip the doorman. There's always going to be money to do that, right? There just has to be. It's just the way it is because you're not in a tip in gold and silver. Now the Romans did because they priced everything in gold and silver and they didn't have the medium of exchange. Their medium of exchange was gold and silver. He talks about reserve currencies. I agree that you don't need a reserve currency. You don't need this middleman. Why should the Swiss have to buy US dollars to buy euros? Let them just buy euros. So you don't need the reserve. And in my mind, gold and silver can be the reserve. Right? You don't need the reserve. So what he's saying is that we're going to be the last ones to recognize that our dollar's got no value. And you can see Japan and China selling the dollars and the euros, and the Europeans and the Brits selling, not buying the dollar. So that's the first stage. The second stage is people here wake up and realize the dollar is worthless, and that's the end of it. But as he said, we're always the last ones to understand that. So in Say's law, what he's saying is it's got nothing to do with prices. I make black shirts because people want them. And when people don't want them anymore, I don't make them. That's got nothing to do with price. that's Say's law, is just simply I make what the people want, right? And if they don't want it, I don't make it. And if they want it, I make it. And the price is the market, and that's what I'm trying to do. So that's what you're looking at. God, did I lose a lot of weight or what? Anyway, so that's what he's talking about, 81 countries. And again, he goes, well, Putin, if Putin says, that's why Putin comes out with gold and it's all over, because all these countries don't want to be sanctioned and they have this interest rate problem. So all these countries want to get out of the dollar, but you have to introduce something else to go into. It's sort of like these sanctions that we've put on Russia. It's killing Europe because they don't have another avenue to get energy. So their heating bills and electric bills are huge because they sanction without going, where's our substitute? So when you don't have a substitute good or service or money or partner, girl or boy, you're screwed. You gotta always have the substitute. So Europe sanctions Russia, but Russia gives them their oil and their heat. What are you doing? And there's no substitute. So that's really the problem. So to substitute the dollar, we need gold. Well, all these countries want to get out of the dollar, but there's nowhere to go for them right now. And they're slowly getting out and they're creating their own dollars, but they realize they need it backed by gold. And you can see Latin America, Brazil and Argentina are trying to come out with a currency backed by gold. And Russia and China are coming out with a currency backed by gold. The difference is Russia and China have all this gold. They don't even need a currency. They have the gold. They don't, you got 40,000 tons of gold, China does. You don't need a currency. You just use that to buy your goods and service, but you still need, like we're saying, you can't just take the ounce and go to the grocery store. You've got to have, that's why they have the yuan. So you take your gold and you buy so many yuan, and then you go to the grocery store. That's or in the ruble. Europe's fucked because they get the euro. How do they got to get into gold? They got to get gold back to currency. And that's the answer to everybody to get out of the dollar, is to go to gold back. The U.S. has been threatening war on people that want to do that. So the U.S. is sitting there going, no, we're not allowing you to use a substitute good for dollars. You have to use the dollar or we'll kill you. What the fuck is that? I mean, that's just, that's insane, right? So, well, you're at war with Russia now. So what are you going to do? Go to war with them? You're already at war with them. So one thing I think he says on the next segment is about the war, right? It's just a magic act. It's just to keep it's like the gladiators. It's just to keep your attention, but it's not real. Once the way that Russia wins is to, kill the dollar, and then we don't have any money, and then we can't keep supplying them with arms and tanks and airplanes and everything else because we won't have money to do it with. And that's why he said Putin's stronger than the U.S., central bank and the Treasury Department, is because if Putin says sell your dollars and 81 countries sell the dollars, guess who's fucked? So what are we doing? Well, in my class, the answer is to get into gold and silver, right? That's our answer, to buy as much as we can. Now, the problem is it's coming late in the game. We're in the 8th inning already. And so, back in the day, gold was $35 an ounce, and then it went up to $800 an ounce, and then he went back to $250 an ounce. In the mid-90s, when I bought this, gold was $250 an ounce. My only regret is not buying 1,000 ounces of it. Unfortunately, but I did buy the cards, and if the cards turn out to be the Joe Montana Jerry Rice rookies or 10s, then I did okay, kind of inadvertently, but I would have done okay. And that's really what you do. Earlier in the game, you bought gold. The problem is gold didn't move in the 80s. So you're holding it till 2023. thinking, what the fuck? I got in the gold to substitute away from the dollar, and they're printing the dollars, but my gold isn't going anywhere. And that's the problem people have. They're going, well, where the fuck is gold? Why isn't the substitute doing anything? I know the dollar's crap. That's where they say kick the can down the road, is basically we won't call it inflation. And then, like prices came down because you had computers and cell phones and things that were really productive and cheap. And they would get cheaper as more businesses competed. So you have many different kinds of computers, many different kinds of cell phones. So as they competed, the price went down. So it doesn't look like there's inflation, but we know there's been inflation since 1972. It's never stopped because they keep printing the money. And because it was a worldwide currency and you printed the money, there's a whole lot in Europe and Britain and Germany and Japan and China have a lot of our dollars. That's why we're not noticing it. But now they're returning it all, and they don't want to buy anything new, right? They don't want to buy, when we have auctions on our bonds, they don't want to buy them anymore. They got enough money. In fact, they want to get rid of the money. They got too much. It's like, I got enough clothes. I don't need any more. And in fact, I got too many. And in fact, I lost weight. So now the clothes I have, I don't even want because they're too big on me. And that's where we're at with the dollar. There's too much of it. It's lost its value. People are realizing it's got no value. And then Russia and China come out and say it's got no value. But nobody's going to buy the ruble or the yuan because nobody trusts them. Plus, they're not backed by anything. So why would I buy the dollar that's not backed by anything and get it into the ruble or the yuan, which isn't backed by anything? So you need a dollar backed by something to keep its value. So that's the goal. So only dollars backed by gold. If it's digital currency, if it's regular currency, if it's just gold and silver, that's what we need. Problem is, we're not really ready for gold and silver. If we go to Kroger's, like people say, what do I do with my silver, right? How do we determine the value, and how do I get change for it? Well, that's why you always will have the dollar. You need it convertible to gold and silver. So it's got to be backed by gold and silver. So then you buy, Frosted Flakes. It's $5. So you take your dollar and you go to the bank, and you take your gold and silver, go to the bank, and you get dollars, and then you buy, $5 worth of cornflakes. That's how you do it. You don't actually walk in with a 1 ounce gold coin. You might do that with a house, and you might do that with a Ferrari or a Mercedes, where you walk in with a 1 ounce gold coin, and he takes it because he'd rather have that than the currency. That's what I tried to tell my friend at Toyota. I'm just going to walk in with a 1 ounce gold piece. He says, well, I'm going to want you to get money. And I said, no, you're not. You're not going to want the money. That's the point that he's not getting, is the money goes to zero. And once the money loses its value, nobody wants it. As the girl becomes 20 and everybody wants her, as she becomes 50 and nobody wants her anymore, and she's not attractive, nobody wants her. That's where the dollar's at. Nobody wants it. So that's what he's trying to explain to this guy, is it's collapsing. Now he asked, well, what's going to happen? And that was the first part of the first question at the 10-second mark was, well, what's going to happen, right? Tell us what, and he said prices will go up, right? And that's where you need your gold and silver, because that will combat that. So all of a sudden milk's $10. It's a way, that's where Say's law comes in. Well, supply and demand and the market. Again, if nobody pays for it, and then you've got your silver and your gold, mostly your silver now, and you exchange it for the dollars, and an ounce goes up to $500, $1,000 an ounce. You cash it in, you get 1,000, which really, buys you a gallon of milk and bread, but that's what happens. But it will go up because the dollar value drops. That's why things get more expensive. So he's saying that's what it. Now he's giving you a time frame of 4 to 6 weeks. In 4 to 6 weeks, the shit's hitting the fan because of the war, Russia to win the war has got to bankrupt the U.S. and say, don't buy dollars anymore. Then it becomes clear that the dollar's worthless, and that's the end of it. That's why I tell you, you got 4 to 6 weeks to buy it. Now, people can either accept that or ignore that. I wouldn't ignore it. But a lot of people don't want to admit they're wrong. And this was our conversation yesterday. People admitting they're wrong. I don't want to buy gold and silver. I'll hold on to my money. It'll always be worth something because my government will never lie to me. And that's what he's saying. That's what I'm saying psychologically. They have to face facts. And even he's saying that, like, the last people to understand it are the people of the country that it's happening to. So in the U.S., everybody thinks everything's hunky-dory, as we'll call it. Everything's fine, no problems. And that's really what they end up doing is not believing that the government would lie to us, Bernie Madoff, and then not seeing it, and then not understanding economics because it's not taught that the dollar must be backed by gold and silver or it will lose its value. In the way they're printing it, you got a $30 trillion debt. Okay, that is a problem. That does affect the value of the currency. It does affect people wanting your currency. So basically, nobody wants it. It's being heavily inflated, and we're all basically fucked, with the exception of the gold silver people who are getting out of this asset and getting into gold and silver. So when Bobby keeps asking me, am I buying more? Am I buying more? Well, of course I want to. It's just, I also got to help my girlfriends, and I got to meet my one. And so I need money for that. And I don't want to trade in my gold and silver now to get money to do this. So I need enough money out. And the fact I'm not working, but I'm on Social Security, my $2,300 a month pays my bills, but not really the vacation. So I need money for that and to help her and buy her food and everything like that. She's enjoying her vacation now. She got a nice red coat. She looks very good in, and she's having fun, which makes me feel very good. Again, that's my personality, is to help people and make them feel good. And I get a thrill out of, she's in Poland and I paid for it, and I help her, and I'm explaining it. She's got gold and silver, and I got to get her more, but she knows. And when I tell her it's now worth this much, go sell it somewhere, she'll do that and she'll be fine. I mean, she's fine. I got to get it to my other couple of friends, but at least she's taken care of. I'll give her some more, but an ounce, she's got an ounce and a half, an ounce and a quarter in the Ukraine. All right. So when it goes to 50,000, she'll be a rich little girl in the Ukraine. So she'll be able to feed herself and take care of herself. And for the meantime, all right. So pretty much that's what he's saying. Now we go to his second video.
The dollar milkshake theory, which I'm sure you're familiar with. The dollar milkshake theory, which I'm sure you're familiar with. The idea that whenever the world goes into some kind of a major problem, the dollar gets stronger, money flows into the United States. And that's a counter argument to what you're making in terms of, the dollar losing its value. It seems to me that both of you could be right. It's just that at some point in time, something's going to give, and the dollar is going to give. And maybe the last one to go within the alliances, within the major currencies. But eventually, it seems to me that the dollar is going to crash. But the question I have for you then is, what is the timing on this, Alistair?
Well, the timing, I think, is probably not too far away because of the Ukrainian situation. I mean, there's no doubt that within a month, possibly 6 weeks at the outside, the tanks are going to be rolling against each other, and our newspaper headlines are going to be filled with all the drama that we saw exactly this time last year, and the effect on commodity prices, the gold price, and all the rest of it, I think is rather predictable. Now, under those circumstances, you can see that it would be the moment, as far as Putin is concerned, to maybe open the attack, if you like, on the financial front. So I would expect part of his whole armory is to undermine the West's ability to pay for this Ukrainian war, and he's got to be careful how he does it. I mean, there's so many people shouting about, this could escalate into a nuclear conflict and all the rest of it. I mean, you've got some real Dr. Strangelove types. It seems to be, in the Pentagon or Washington or whatever. But I think it seems to me that they are so blinkered that actually, perhaps Putin could open the war on the financial front and catch them all by surprise. I mean, they shouldn't be caught by surprise. It's so damned obvious. But it just seems to me, and also people who are closer to the, if you like, the intelligence establishment, people like Pepe Escobar, for example, who writes about this all the time.
Yes.
I mean, he knows, for the last 30, 40 years, he's known people in the Pentagon, and a lot of them are retired, but he gets the feel that these guys haven't got a clue what they're doing. And that is actually rather worrying. But Putin can use this. He can use this because if they don't expect an attack on the financial front, then, what an opportunity for them. So I think, as to your question, which I've answered in a rather long-winded way, timing, I think let's see what happens with this new escalation, which is now on the cards. I think that might hold the key to it.
There's certainly no doubt that.
So, what did we learn there? The U.S. government is a bunch of idiots, which we already know. They're inflating the dollar, thinking that they'll just print more. That's why we're in this mess, because the U.S. government's a bunch of idiots who don't know what they're doing and allowing this inflation to happen because they think it's prices, not printing the money. So if you had competent people in there, like the professor, you wouldn't have money just floating around and printing, causing this heavy inflation, saying, well, we'll raise interest rates to stop it. I'd have the whole thing backed by gold. It's the only way. It's like having a good defense to win in football. We got this great offense. We score a lot of points. Why aren't we winning? Because you don't have a defense. You can't stop the win. Oh, that's because you got a bad coach who doesn't understand that. So what the U.S. can do, and the only way out, is to have gold back, come out with totally new dollars backed by gold. The problem is the U.S. doesn't have any gold because they have a bunch of idiots who don't believe in gold. And what has happened? The Russians and Chinese who believe in gold, who are using that to substitute dollars. And that's what's really happening. They understand the U.S. dollar's crap. They understand there's no substitute. Nobody wants to want a ruble unless it's backed by gold. And that's what they're doing, is coming out with currencies backed by gold. And that's where they're at. So right now you have Now you're hearing that we have a bunch of idiots in government, which we know. We got a bunch of idiots coaching football, which we know. So it all comes back to substituting the dollar. It's like if you have a bunch of meat that's gone bad, right? You're trying to sell steaks and they're all bad. They smell bad. They look bad. Nobody wants to buy them. We need to eat. So then we go to chicken, or we go to another type of beef, or we go to pig's ears, or whatever we go to. We get out of that. But now this is spoiled, right? This is spoiled. So we got to get out of it. What do? We go into gold and silver. We go into a currency backed by gold and silver. But all the currencies are spoiled, right? They all are out of date. There's no gold. There's no value in any of the currencies. Just because you have currencies doesn't mean there's value to them. And that's the problem. And people are realizing the euro going out, the yen's going out, the rupee, India going out, China getting close to going out. The ruble was bad, but they backed a little buy gold. So that's the problem with it all. You've got a bunch of rotten currency, and your only way out is to have gold to it. Now, one thing I saw yesterday was the housing market's about to crash. Well, why, Professor? Because the Chinese own most of the houses in America. Not most of them. They sold $600 billion of houses. The Chinese sold because the Evergrande fuck up in China, they all went broke, but they all own property in the U.S. So when you're making a lot of money in China, what do you want? You don't want to be in China because you see the banks closed. They can't get their money out. They know the housing's bullshit there, and it's a much better stake here. So the steaks in China suck, but the steaks in America are much better quality. And so they're buying all this, not necessarily land, but they're buying a lot of real estate and a lot of houses and hotels and shopping malls in the U.S. Well, what happens? They need money, right? They're going bankrupt in China because of Evergrande and their housing problem. So they're selling all the houses here to get money back to cover the money they lost in China. So what you got to understand is it's not just what's in the U.S., but what's in the world. You got rich Russians, you got rich China, the Chinese, rich Japanese. And so what do? They go to the best investments, and that a lot of it is here in the U.S. So they buy land here, they buy houses here, because they're better than the land and houses in China and Japan and Russia and everything else. Look at these oligarchs in Russia. They own these super big luxury yachts, right? That's because it's all, that's what the rich, you have these ultra rich, because that's what communism is. The mafia owns everything, and the poor, and then there's poor people. Well, the real rich people, so you own utilities, and there's no competition. You make a whole shitload of money. So there's a lot of industries like that where they're it. There's no competition because we're communist, and so the rich get really rich. So they buy all this stuff. So when they go broke, what do? We're gonna buy assets in America because it's good, and that's what happens. So they're all selling, which is crushing the housing market here even more because they're just selling it, right? So the values are dropping. I'll sell for whatever, and nobody wants to buy it, so they're just taking losses on the house. Because I'm assuming they take a mortgage out and they're just saying, fuck it, we just want out. But it was like $600 billion in houses, also crushing the value of houses. A lot of cars are being defaulted. So when you have higher interest rates, what happened? Well, I'm making a car payment of $400 a month for 5 years, but it's variable. Now the rates went up. Now it's $900 a month. I can't afford that. Plus, I might be losing my job, and so the whole thing. So it ends up where they can't afford to pay. They just default. That's what's happening. So if you want to get a used car, prices are much cheaper now because it's flooded with cars that people just defaulted on. And the same thing with houses. People need to understand, and this is the problem. You got schools that don't teach anything. So when you buy a house, you buy a 30-year fix. You don't buy a variable, because interest rates will go up on the variables 100%. So now you have defaults in your houses, which is going to make the housing market crash, which is what's happening. Plus the foreigners, the Chinese, the British, the Germans, the Russians, all have houses here, and they all need money, and therefore they all sell it at a loss to get their money. This is why gold and silver are so critical, and this is what I keep telling you. So some rich Chinese guy selling his house, and he probably bought it for, let's say, $1 million, and now he can't get anything for it. He just sells it. He dumps it. So now this house that's $1 million sitting on the market, nobody can afford. Our class goes up and says, I have an ounce of silver. I'll take the house. And it's a little early for that because they keep holding the price down. But soon, once it explodes, once we kill JP Morgan off and we come out with gold at its real price, which is 50, 60,000 at least, eventually it won't even be in dollars. It'll just be whatever it buys. The purchasing power of gold will be huge. You walk over to the homeowner who's Chinese and you say, I'll give you an ounce of silver or an ounce of gold. He gives you the $1 million house for maybe 2 ounces of gold, and off you go. Because he knows gold's money, right? He understands that's money and that's what he wants. So he gets into that. And so you're sitting there with an ounce that you paid $2,000 for, and you buy a house with it. And I think that gets us away from 1099s. Because I think it's just we're buying it. Why is there a 1099? I'm really not sure about doing your income tax, because how are you going to pay for it? When your dollar goes and collapses, as is happening, you come out with a new dollar with a new value. How do you pay your taxes? Well, that's in the old dollar. I got a new dollar now. What's the value? This would be interesting to see how you pay your taxes. The biggest problem I see is, what do I sell milk for? What do I sell gas for? What do I sell heat for? What do I sell everything for? Because I got to get the new value of the dollar, because this is gone now. Right? Prices go up. This goes to zero. Because this goes to zero, prices go up because it takes more dollars to buy something. But now you basically, it's worthless. It's zero. There is no value in this. So they got to come out with a new one. And it's not going to be digital. They're not ready for digital. Even when China says they're digital, it's not ready. And it's only in China. It's not China out. So these people trying to scare you with digital currency, it's at least 10 years away, if at all, and I doubt it'll ever come out. It's just, how do you do it? I mean, that's central banks crap. That's not to us. We'll always go to Wells Fargo or Chase or Bank of America or, any of these banks. That'll still be there. They'll deal with the digital dollars. It's really, the digital dollars really so Germany can pay Switzerland. That's the real point of the digital dollar. Not if I go to Switzerland, I'm going to walk around with digital dollars. How do you first put it in that currency? And then what's the value? And then how do I pay with it? And then I go back to America. I don't need Swiss digital dollars. How do I get rid of them and get back to US dollars? What's the value of them? So I don't know. But right now what we have is called floating exchange rates. Floating exchange rates are, they fluctuate, right? So the Swiss franc to the US dollar, it moves. The US dollar to the ruble moves. The US dollar to the Ukraine dollar moves. The Romanian, they're all not fixed. They're all floating. Okay, so are we going to get rid of that? Who knows? And then if it's not pegged to the dollar, what's it going to be pegged to? Is it going to be pegged to this new digital dollar, China, Russia, backed by gold? And then what's the value? So there's so much that has to go into it. it's a freaking nightmare because what are you going to value it at? You can't value it at the same. I mean, doesn't work that way. So this will be very, very funny what happens and how they try to fix their bullshit mistakes. But I'll tell you, the one thing is, the more gold and silver you have, you don't have to worry about that shit. Gold and silver are the substitute of the dollar. And what do you hear? You hear BRICS countries coming out with gold-backed currency. Why? Because nobody trusts Russia and China anyway, but people who have U.S. dollars will leave it for this currency backed by gold. And since they have all the gold, they have the substitute. That's really the key to it. So keep that in mind, what's happening. Now, you can have your baseball cards and your football cards and everything else. You'll trade it into whatever the new currency is or into gold. I mean, maybe the Mickey Mantle card goes for a half ounce of gold. I mean, that's perfectly fine with me. That's money. Everybody recognizes that as money, including all the way back to the Roman team. So when the Romans were winning the national title every year until they inflated and they didn't get good players and they lost. As far as a reserve currency, what does he say? He says, well, I don't think there'll be a reserve currency. There's no need for one. So let's look at some other. I like looking at kind of the news on YouTube. See, when I look at this, I just laugh because I know this guy on the right. Well, he's on my right. I guess he's on the right. Really doesn't know what he's talking about. So he's more of I guess he's a Keynesian. So even the headline, billionaire on gold, what does this billionaire see coming? Who gives a fuck? Because he's a billionaire, he's supposed to know. See, I have a real hard time with that because the guy's a billionaire. So in other words, I'm not a billionaire, I don't know anything. Like the guy who said, well, you live in an apartment, how smart can you be? Versus most billionaires don't know anything because they're not the ones who do the figuring. Right? If I make you a billionaire because I pick all the football games or I'm telling you to buy gold. So if I tell you to buy gold and you become a billionaire because you got money and let's say we got Tom Brady on here. And I said, Tom, you got to buy gold. And he goes and buys, 1 million ounces. He becomes a billionaire. Does he know what the fuck he's talking about? No, because he listened to me. And I told him to get out of paper and into gold, and he did it, and now he's a billionaire. So does this billionaire know anything? Probably not, but he more or less stumbled into it. Like Warren Buffett doesn't know anything. He buys company. He buys 1,000 shares of Disney and 1,000 shares of Coke. He doesn't know how to invest. I mean, any idiot could look at a good company. Oh, it's Coca-Cola. Okay, I'll buy, I'll buy 1 million shares of them. Oh, it went up. Oh, look how smart I am. You're not an investor. You just went on the back of somebody who knows what they're doing. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Apple, Microsoft. You basically did that. So that's what you need. So I always am concerned about when the guy's like, I'm a billionaire. And then this guy, all he does is say what I'm saying. But everybody thinks since he called the crash, which I called the crash too, but I don't get credit for it, we're all doomed. We're not all doomed. People who don't buy gold and silver are doomed. People who have money, the currency. So these people are all doomed, right? If you're not smart enough to get out of this, you're doomed. If you're smart enough to buy gold and silver, then this guy's full of shit. We're not all doomed. We're only all doomed if we don't buy gold and silver. That's our way out. We can go anywhere we want and find a place. Yes, there's going to be a big economic problem. However, people with gold and silver they'll create, the thing. We have the production. See, the production, because the idiots like Ford and GM sent all the engineering jobs to China, they're the producers now. We're not. We sell services and cell phones and stuff like that. So we're not the producers anymore. It's all gone to Asia. So that's really the problem. We don't do anything. So let's see what else. There's my guy, acid reflux gone. So Bobby, I want you to watch this. Get rid of your acid reflux. Get rid of you got digestive problems. Do a fucking 48, 60-hour fast. And then come back and tell me how you feel. Your body needs to clean itself. So that's what you need to do, Bobby. So let's see. Well, thank God when I sneeze, it doesn't hurt my back. Anyway, what I was seeing was China selling all of the houses, the housing market. I don't see, I'm just looking for things like that. Well, I don't see much. Yeah. The three quarterbacks drafted before Joe Montana. So here's one I was looking at.
Want a second income stream? Because if you can download an app from the App Store, then you can now build a passive.
Charlie and I, to my memory.
There's a Warren Buffett one. Don't pay attention to the headlines when investing. Well, he doesn't even, he's really an idiot. He's got his money in cash. Don't listen to this guy. He's a communist. He's a real idiot. He's clueless. He doesn't understand real gold, paper gold.
Galadriel was born in the year of the trees.
But that's the headline on the Buffett one. Don't pay attention to headlines. But he's clueless. I mean, he doesn't do anything. This guy says, so you got to stay away from this. This is poison. Don't buy now gold and silver. Again, they're talking paper. So they don't understand anything. They're just a bunch of morons that are really confusing people. Which is part of my point of who do you trust? Because we've got these guys that you don't know who to listen to, right? Well, gold's going down. Paper gold's going down, but they don't say that. Oh, you should time it. It's not an investment. You do not buy ETFs because they're not physical. You only win with physical. Paper gold's meaningless, and then you try to get the gold, you're going to have it. I can't buy a house or a Mercedes with paper gold, right? I can't walk in with an ETF saying, look, I got gold. All right, how are you going to give it to the guy? Well, here, I'll give you my ETF. It's like saying I'll bring in 50 shares in Microsoft to buy a Toyota. I'm going to look at you like, what good is the stock? I got to buy it. So that's why you only want physical. That's why you don't want to listen to half these idiots because they don't know what they're talking about. So just keep in mind, it's a global thing. So China, Russia need money. So they sell their U.S. assets because it's safer here. Everybody else is going to lose their ass again because Warren Buffett's got $2 billion in cash. He's going to lose all $2 billion. He's he's a billionaire. He must know what he's doing. No, he doesn't. He's clueless. So again, this is not intended to scare you. This is intended to educate you. I'm trying to educate you to what the reality is and how to more or less save yourself, save your family. What's the smart play? Because that's what the professor does, right? I take Kansas City in the Super Bowl. I take Cincinnati to beat Buffalo. It's the smart play. I come up with the reasons why you cannot stay in this because nobody wants it and it's going to zero because that's what inflation does when it's not backed by anything. And the smart play is to buy gold and silver. Now you're hearing from my guy 4 to 6 weeks, and here we go. And then what's going to happen? Prices going up. How are you going to pay for it? Your money's not going to be worth anything. Only thing worth something is your assets, because assets have the value. It's going to be gold and silver. That's how you get away from it, right? So as the falling dollar, now they'll be forced to raise the gold price because the dollar is falling. How are you going to keep gold at this low price? Which is the whole point of gold. If cornflake going up, why wouldn't gold go up? The value of the dollar is dropping, so things in dollar terms go up because it takes more dollars to buy them. Why isn't gold and silver going up? Because it's price fixed. And then that's where, can the price fixing stay? How long is JP Morgan going to keep going with this charade? And how long are the Russians and Chinese going to allow this? And that's the real point of this whole derivative market. We know it's fixed, but it's the only substitute from the dollar is gold and silver. What else are we going to go into? Even if we go into Mantle cards and Derek Jeter cards and Tom Brady cards, it's still, we still got, what do we want? We can't sell them for dollars because the dollars are worthless. We got diamonds. Okay, but the diamonds are only good if I sell them for dollars. So the assets you hold, you're selling for dollars. Your house is worth $500,000. And as the dollar goes down, the house should go up in value. But then even if you sell the house, you get dollars with it, which you don't want. I don't want to sell my gold for dollars. I want to wait till the new dollar comes out or just exchange the gold for the car or the house. That's the idea. That's what we need to do. So anyway, you got about 4 weeks. Buy your gold and silver as much as you can now. And we'll see what happens. We'll see how it changes to now gold and silver have the value that they should have. But we know gold and silver's true value is much, much higher than it is. We know it's being price fixed down and manipulated. And when you watch these idiots who don't get it, you just shake your head. Well, in 2008, gold went up and da-da-da-da-da. It was all derivative. Who gives a shit? That's not the real price. That's what blows my mind is how people don't get that's not the real price. The real price is not what the derivative, what some guy's selling 1,000,000 ounces of fake gold lowers the price. Oh, that's the real price. That's not supply and demand. That's not the real price. It's a fake fixed price. So what are we talking about here? And that's really the key is what are we talking about? And it's certainly not that. So keep that in mind. But you really need to substitute out of this, right? You have to get out of this. And the only substitute is gold and silver. Never forget that. Never forget we got to substitute. Hey, Bobby, how you feeling? I want to see you on at least a 48-hour fast for your intestine stuff. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you here. Now I showed 2 videos in the beginning from our guy, right? So this guy here. So this is like 30 minutes of him and 30 minutes of somebody else. So I took 10 minutes of that conversation, which basically says, please fast first. Are the probiotics for your stomach? If they are, just do a fast. What's today's Wednesday? All right, eat your dinner and then don't eat tomorrow and then eat dinner Friday. So that would give you a 48-hour fast. Coffee, tea, water, no sugar, no sweet and low. Please do that. You need to feel the effects of what happens when you let your body heal yourself. As I'm sure when you played baseball and you got hit by a pitch or you sprained your ankle, your body healed it. You need to do that. I don't know how healthy probiotics are, but your body will improve its immune system if you let it by doing the fasting. So please try that. Just humor me. It'll be a nice 48 hours. So eat today, and then you're not eating tomorrow. Just water, coffee, tea, which you should be fine. And then eat Friday dinner. All right. So all you got to do is don't eat tomorrow. Okay. And then have dinner Friday. So you'll have dinner tonight and you'll have dinner Friday. You just won't eat Thursday. And you'll see what I'm talking about. And then you'll be fasting a lot once you understand letting your body heal yourself. You'll lose some weight. You'll feel good. And everything will be fine. So please do that for me and humor me. And then we'll go have some gator after. Avocado. It's a real healthy lunch today, Bobby. I got my avocado and I got my chicken. Right. So I got my chicken breast and I dip it in my French dressing. No ketchup. So that's my lunch. I started at 12. And the French dressing tastes good that you don't need the ketchup. And it's much, much healthier. So you need to understand, watch the 2 videos I gave you. Right? So in the beginning of the show, I do 2 videos. And this was a good game, too. The 1972 Michigan, Ohio. I watched that yesterday. 14-11 Ohio State. And I must make a comment about this. During the game, Bo Schembechler goes for 4th down 3 times, twice at the 1-yard line. Of course, he doesn't make it. Of course, he didn't do the Dave Casper play. If he play action passes, he's got 2 easy touchdowns. But, of course, he doesn't do that because all he can do is run. And then he did it at like the 20-yard line, and they didn't get it. So 3 times on 4th and 1, he went for it. 3 times at 4th and 1, he didn't get it. You lose by 3 points. If he just kicks his field goals at the goal line, they win 17-14. So again, that's the problem. He had like 1st and goal at the 2. All right. Now it's 4th and goal at the 1. You're running your option. You're running your other things. You're not getting anything. So therefore, what is it? Kick your field goal, take your points in that type of game with the great defenses. Take your points. That's what he needs to do, but he didn't do it. So, and then he loses. There you go. Keep going for it on 4th down. And that, if anything, shows you that that's the problem, right? So you don't go for it. Anyway, 3 times, twice the 1 yard line, Bo goes for it, and twice he gets stood up and in the stupidest plays. And you're like, one time he ran to the right on the first one. So it's 1st and goal at the 2 in the 2nd quarter, and he runs to the right and the guy slips. So what does he do? He runs the next play to the right and the guy slips. And you're like, okay, the guy's slipping. Maybe it's wet over there. Maybe I shouldn't run to that side of the field. It's like when they throw a pass and the guy can't see it because of the sun, and then you throw the same fucking pass. You're like, how stupid are you guys? I'll tell you, there's a lot of idiots out there. It's just amazing how stupid these people are. Kick their fucking field goals, or you do your Dave Casper play action pass, which are, believe me, against this Ohio State team, they had 11 guys on the line. When you watch it, any tight end could have just snuck out in the back. He'd have been wide open. It would have been a very easy touchdown. No, we're going to run it. We're going to run our option, and we're going to run the fullback up the middle, and he's going to hit a brick wall. And then we lose 14-11. Just amazing how stupid these guys are. That was Bo Schembechler, a great coach, supposedly. A bad play coach. I mean, he can motivate you, but he's just an idiot. And it was nice hearing it was Chris Schenkel and Bud Wilkerson doing the game. That was a pleasure to listen to. No looking at, is it a 4th down? No instant replay. The refs seem to be able to mark the ball perfectly every time. How about that? Where we used to be to where we are. Well, it's the same thing with money. It used to be good. Now it's crap. So, Bobby, to recap, we have 4 to 6 weeks left, and Putin's war will bankrupt us because he'll then put the sanctions out. He basically controls the U.S. dollar. If he wants to, the other 81 countries get off of it. We go bankrupt. He wins the war because he realizes that we keep sending tanks and planes to Ukraine, and they then go ahead and, they fight the Russians. Well, if he just takes our money and bankrupts us, we can't send tanks and planes. Excuse me. And so that's what he's thinking. Anyway, so that's what the first hour has been on all this inflation and everything. Say's Law, the Russians, the Chinese, the housing market. It's a lot of economics for you, Bobby. You'll enjoy the first hour. Let's see. So what do we got? Football, again, the running quarterbacks. We'll get into the basketball playoffs for bets. Again, it's all psychological. A team seems to play better off of a loss than off of a win. Off of a win, you seem to relax. Off of a loss, you seem to get upset. We want the upset teams to play, but we need a good upset team, not a bad. A bad team won't help you. Like the Lions off of a loss, it really won't help you. But you get like Kansas City off of a loss, they come back pretty strong. So a lot of betting is psychology. Poker specifically, you psych people out. Like I said, I played Friday night. I get our kings. I'd get king 10 and king hits. I bet $15. I don't slow play it. And everybody folds. And they're all scared of me. And you're like, all right. I had one guy call me all night when I made the bet, and he had 9s. He didn't believe me. I bet 15. He calls. I bet 15 again. He calls. So I know he doesn't have the big hand. Then at the end, he checks. And instead of making the bet and worrying about a re-raise, what do? I just show my kings. It wasn't worth another $15 to get bluffed. So I didn't let him bluff me. He checked. I said, I got kings. He said, I got nines. Okay. Kings win. So you got to be careful. Don't get too greedy. So that was a big hand, but every other hand, I bet $15 on it. I got aces, or I hit a king or I hit a queen. They all fold. Okay. That's the nature of the table. It was a very low value table, but that's where you go with it. At the hot tub yesterday, I did see the communist, but he did not approach me. So the day before, I said I saw them and I just ignored them. And I'm a very powerful person, as we know, being an INFJ, and I didn't look at him. I had nothing to say to the guy. You're a fucking communist. You like Joe Stalin and Adolf Hitler. What do you want me to say to you? And you don't believe me, and you're going to stick with your guns. Okay, fine, buddy. Go live in your fantasy world. I don't have anything to say. So he didn't. Yesterday, he didn't even. I saw him walk in the pool. Didn't come to the hot tub. Nothing there. I saw the long-haired kid, and he's afraid of me now. I love it. It's like I was just making small talk with him and his little group of friends. So now when I see him in the hot tub, he's with his girl, and I see them run to the other side or run out, and I just love it. I'm going, yeah, that's good. You fucked with me, you're in trouble. And there's not. I'm not mad at him. I'm not doing anything to make them afraid or anything. It's just my personality. I walk in there very confident. I don't look at them. I'm like, who are you? And they run away, and I love it. I absolutely love it because I'm not doing anything. I tried to make small talk. I asked him about his long hair, and that was it. And so I saw the group yesterday, and I just looked into the wall. I just stared into the pool and tried to relax, try to stretch my back out. Really, like, incidental, looking around, like, just very incidental, not threatening at all. I don't threaten people. I just was very there, but very powerful. And then they all left, and I'm loving it. And I saw the guy when I was after my shower getting dressed, and he runs out of the locker room, and I'm just laughing. I'm loving it. I'm like, okay, you're afraid of me. Why? You don't have balls to talk to me or say, hey, how you doing? But I'm not going to say hi to you because you're meaningless to me. What's the point of talking to you? You need your girl to protect you. So I don't have any, I'm not going to waste my time with this guy. I can't help him. So I'm only wanting to help people, right? So I can't say go buy gold and silver. Kid doesn't have any money. I can't really talk to him about health. And there's really nothing I can talk to him about to help him. And that's my primary goal. Like on here, Bobby's not feeling good. And my goal with Bobby is to do your fast to feel better. That's my goal here. Buy your gold and silver as a substitute. So we're trying to substitute out of this and buy gold and silver. It's the only substitute we can do to get out of it, to protect everybody. But with the kid, I can't do anything. He doesn't have money. He's too insecure to have a conversation with, but I don't want to have a conversation with him. There's nothing I can help him with, so I don't have anything to say. So I just laugh at a lot of people in the hot tub. I sit there and go, well, I could talk about gold with them, but they probably won't listen. So you know what? So I just sit there, and unless it's a friendly person who, a couple people, are you buying your gold, that come up to me, then I'll have a conversation with them. But if I'm just sitting there with a bunch of strangers and I don't feel that I can help them, I'll feel it, right? My what do you call it? The feel anyway. Intuition. My intuition will guide me to people and will help them. Are you buying gold and silver? Are you ready for the collapse? Nobody here is. They're all going to get fucked, but I can help them, but they won't listen because they don't believe. And then they'll have to admit they're wrong. And who am I? I'm a stranger. And you're like, do you know the people you're listening to? So if Warren Buffett tells you to do something, are you friends with Warren Buffett? Or if the other gold guy or any of these guys, are you friends with them? Do you need to be friends with people to listen to them? I think that's the funniest line in the world. Oh, you're a stranger, so we won't listen to you. Oh, but you know the guys. So who are you listening to? Are these all your friends? And how do you know that you're your friends? So even if you call up your financial planner and you go to, what should I do now? Oh, buy stock. Are you friends with your financial planner? Is he looking in your best interest or his? Does he want the commissions? Does he really care that you survive this craziness? If he's even aware of all the craziness that's happening, that's coming. Does he understand what Russia and China are doing? Does he understand gold? No. Besides gold being illegal for so long and people listening to their parents, in America, nobody understands gold because you couldn't own it. Now you can own it. Now you're worried, are they going to retake it? No. Are you worried that, it doesn't have a value? What's the value of the dollar? So if I pulled out 100, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. This is right off of poker. So I have gold and I have this. What's the value of this? Is it $100 or is it about $2.50? The value of this is about $2 because what it could buy in the 1970s versus what it buys now is about $2. All right. It says 100 on it. So why is people afraid of gold when gold's 2,000 of these? Right. So it takes 2,000 of these to buy the ounce of gold that it used to take you $35 to buy. So what is the big deal of owning this, but you don't want to own gold? Like, you're not buying this so it goes up in value, right? You're not thinking this is going to be worth 200, right? Oh, you buy stock because you're hoping it goes to 200, which is really $5, right? And gold's 2,000, but it doesn't move. So why would I sell this to buy gold? Because gold's 2,000, but doesn't go anywhere. And this is going to zero. But people don't look at it like that, right? If you looked at this is now worth this. This is now worth this, right? So this used to be $100 in the 70s. Is now worth this, 50 cents, 75 cents, if I cut it right. So because it says 100 on it, people think you have 100, but they don't realize you can't buy $100 worth of goods that you used to buy. So once the light goes on, people won't want this because they realize it's this and they realize this is crap. They'll get out of it. But people don't look at this as a way to grow, right? Oh, I can turn this into 200. You can't turn it into 200. The best you can do is buy, stock in Coca-Cola, get a 4% dividend, and maybe this goes to, let's say, $110. But it's still not worth $100. It's worth $2. That's what you don't realize. It doesn't have I go to the grocery store now and I got pop and Oreos and cereal and buy some meat and I buy a milk and eggs and a cake and some chips and some veggies, and there goes my $100. Where before that would have taken $10 to buy all that. Now it takes you $100. That's the value of this 100. But when you buy it, what are you doing? You're not anticipating this to go up. This has never gone up since 1971, probably since 1913. This went from $100 to, what's it at now? $2. We've lost 98%. This is now worth $2. Nobody's buying these in hopes it goes up. But yet when you buy gold, what are you thinking? Well, it's going to go up to, um, well, it's only going to go up to 2,000. So why buy gold? So when I come out and say 50,000, it's not because gold went up. It's because this went to the shitter. But gold will have demand because people will get out of this. So why does Russia and China have all the gold? They don't have dollars because gold will go up, the dollar won't. So don't think this is worth $100. It's worth $100 now, which is really worth about $2. But you're not buying this so it goes up. Gold and silver you're buying to protect from this going down and to actually make money on gold and silver because it's been suppressed. If gold wasn't suppressed by J.P. Morgan and the people in London, if it wasn't suppressed, gold would be probably 20, 30,000 right now. Silver would be 1,500, 2,000. That's the true price based on supply and demand. Now the demand's huge for gold and silver, so we got to get to the right price. But you're not buying the dollar for it to go up. In fact, it's going down, and the more you print, the less it's worth. You can't print gold and silver, which is the beautiful part of that. Well, once in a while you find a gold mine. Okay, but you got to mine it, and you got to pull the gold out, and you got to do all this. It takes years. Like I saw they just found a gold mine in Washington. Okay, well, it takes Seattle, Washington area. So it takes a while to get the gold out and do everything with it. And anyway, that's the whole key to it, right? Nobody buys the dollar because they think it's going to go up. But what do they say about gold? Well, why is gold going down? Well, it's impossible for gold to go down because the value of the dollar is dropping. So therefore, gold has to go up, but it hasn't. And that's really the thing. So when they sit there and they go, well, gold got to, before it went from, 1,000 to 2,000. No, that's paper. That's derivative. It's not real. The price, and you got to just ignore all that crap because it's not real. That's not the price of gold. The real price of gold is much, much higher. So you got to be smart enough to understand when they talk about 2008 and the price of gold that's what's happening. So if I go play poker, do I even care about the $100 I played? I played 300, right? Do I even? It's really not worth anything. So I was in Romania visiting Carmen, and I went to play poker. They didn't have the poker room open, so I ended up playing blackjack. And I started with like 100 lei, which was like $25. And I get on a hot streak, and I win about 200 lei. I start losing, so I start saying, I'm going to quit a winner. And I thought, oh, this is great. I won $60, $70. And then when I realized what I had won in lei, it was like $15. And then it's like, oh, okay. So I really didn't win anything, even though I had a stack of lei, because the lei isn't really worth much. So that's really what you have to understand. You got to be careful with is, what am I winning? So this will be interesting. What happens like at the casino? Are they going to go to gold and silver? I assume there'll be a new dollar out. We'll see what happens. That'll be interesting to see. But that's where we're headed. So keep in mind, you want to be substituting your dollar for gold and silver. That's really the key word, and that's really what you're doing is substituting. Thank God for competition. If we run out of competition and we go communist and we go no competition and the government controls everything, we're all fucked. If you can't get out of something, you're fucked. What if you had to be with one woman and you didn't like her? here, this is going to be your wife, and she's not your type, right? You have nothing in common. You don't like her, don't want anything to do with her. You're fucked. There's no competition. You have to be with her. Who wants that? So that's the problem with no competition, which is the problem with communism. So again, I didn't talk to Mr. Communist in the hot tub. I will not give him. I will not pay any attention to him. And who would admit they're a communist? So you want to be Joe Stalin murdering all these people, and you think it's a good thing? And they probably don't even connect the dots. They probably just go and say, well, it's Joe Stalin and it's communist. It's for the worker, So the rich CFO or the rich CEO or owner doesn't steal all the money, and the workers get money. They don't even understand the concept. It's got nothing to do with that. You make salary based on your skill set. I'm working at Mercedes. I'm making $100,000 because I'm a senior financial analyst because I got a master's in finance. They're paying me the going rate. The guy, the head of Mercedes, is not stealing all the money. He's making his money based on what he's worth. My boss, finance manager, is making her money. We work for the CIO. He's making his money. There's other IT people there. Everybody's making their money in correspondence to what their skill set is. And when they get hired in, all right, we're going to pay you $120. We're going to pay you $90. We're going to pay you $150. You're a secretary. You're going to make $60,000. I don't understand what the guy's talking about when he thinks the labor doesn't make any money. I mean, yeah, if you're at McDonald's, you're going to get $15 an hour, which is damn good for flipping hamburgers and hot dogs. So this is when people don't know what they're talking about. Now, I can teach them if they want to be taught. They don't want to be taught. You guys want to be taught. That's why you're here. That's why you watch the video and you go, fuck, that makes sense. I learned something. And people want to learn the correct thing. But if I'm in the hot tub and the guy doesn't want to learn, why would I waste my time? See, I enjoy that Bobby's buying silver now. I enjoy that I've helped him out. And when the shit hits the fan in a month or two, he'll be protected. He needs to get his family up to speed. I'm sure Bobby's going to dance and go, I told you so. I told you so. But that's why I do it. That's why I do the football. I mean, I do charge for the picks, but I give you the Super Bowl pick. You didn't have to pay for it. It won. You should have made money on it. As much money as you wanted to bet, you'd have won. I gave you the over. I gave you Kansas City. If you just bet it straight or you bet it in a parlay, you won. But if you bet it in a teaser, you won. So I'm giving you the picks, and it's a joy to me that you made money. It's a joy to me when I'm with my guy and I get 20% of the pick, and then he makes his bet, and then I get 20%, but I only get 20% if he wins and he keeps 80% of it. So we won Sunday. He gets 80, I get 20, but that means he won. So that's why I do it. But I don't mind getting a little kickback for helping you win. If you win $1,000, I get 200. You got 800. So I'm happy you got 800. I'm happy I got 200. Otherwise, I don't know how I do it. Otherwise, you'd have to just buy the pick. So I don't mind the 20%. But that's what it is. So if I'm in the hot tub, see here, I know you want to be here. I'm happy to help everybody here. When I'm in the hot tub, if you want my help, I'm there to help you. But if you think I'm a stranger or you don't want it or I can't help you, I just shake my head, as Bobby always says. I really shake my head. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm helping you, but you don't even want the help because you don't know me. What is that? I mean, I don't know Bobby. We don't have dinner together, or Nick, or any of them. I know them through here, and I consider them friends, but I've never met them. I've never had a dinner or went and played poker with them, or we talk football. So, we're friends to a point, but in the hot tub, so you don't know me. You've seen me here for, many years I've been in the hot tub. And if you don't want to meet me and don't want to say hi, that's up to you. But if I want to help you and you don't want my help, I'm not going to keep trying to help you. And in fact, I don't have any type of friendship with people that don't want to be helped. And it's really like, look, I'm here to teach. I'm not here, in the hot tub. I don't want to talk about your kids. Okay. That's very rarely. But as far as like what's going on in the world or what's going on, I can help you with your job or maybe with Excel, fine. Whatever I can help you with, I will. But that's where I'm at with them. Anyway, so on these videos, make sure you pick up that they're talking paper gold versus real gold. I find that it's mostly paper gold, and these guys are fucking clueless of what they're talking about. I think gold's going to go up. Look what happened in 08. No. It's derivative gold. It's not real. What the fuck are they talking about? Two professors strong with Excel. Yeah, I'm strong with Excel. I've been using Excel since it was Lotus 123. I've given guys my trend sheet. I gave it to Nick. I gave it to the Canadian guy. It's on Excel. I don't mind giving that to my friends, but yeah, I did Lotus 123 in the 90s. Then Microsoft buys it, calls it Excel. I was working at Canadian Club. And I remember I didn't get a job because the HR person was a moron. Didn't know Lotus 123 was Excel. It's exactly the same program. It's just bought by Microsoft, and they changed a few icons. But the gut of it was the exact same thing. So I'm at Hiram Walker, a Canadian Club, working with Lotus 123. They update to Microsoft. They go to Excel, and I go, it's the same fucking program. Then I think this motherfucker didn't hire me because he didn't know the difference between Excel and Lotus 123. Like he's going, well, the client needs somebody with Lotus 123 experience, with Excel experience, not Lotus 123. I didn't know it was the exact same program, and it was. And I called him up to bitch it. Like, I didn't get a job. It's the same fucking program. You're a fucking idiot. You're the HR guy. Or you're the recruiter. You should know this. And this is the problem with recruiters. They're a bunch of idiots. They honestly are just, they don't know anything. So the company reads a job description. They don't know what they're talking about. And you send in the resume. They send it in. They don't know if you're a fit or not. They don't know anything about the job. And that's what happens. So it ends up you don't get jobs because the recruiters don't know what they're doing, and they should be able to. But now I can't, I can't get anything. So that's why I went to Social Security and said, fuck it. It pays the bills. The rest of my money will go on trips and buy gold and silver. And then I have all my gold and silver just waiting for the price to go up. It's going to be, price will go up, but the dollar will drop. So what am I going to buy with my silver? Is it going to cost $27 for my milk and eggs? Or whatever my silver buys? Is that going to be milk and eggs for an ounce of silver? So we'll see, but they can't do that because you'll fucking bankrupt 99% of the people here, right? So if 99% of the people make 100 grand and less, and Oreo cookies are $5 now, and the dollar collapses, you can't make Oreo cookies $2,000 or the price of silver. Nobody can afford it. Only the people that bought gold and silver are going to be able to keep up with the price increase because the dollar loses its value. So this is going to be very interesting the next, month or 6 weeks when the dollar collapses. What exactly you're going to have to keep Oreos at $4, and you're going to have to print new money. And the $4 in the new money it's got to be enough to buy the Oreos, right? People have to eat. And so if they have 50,000 of crap of this, and they haven't substituted it for gold and silver, Then the new money comes out. This goes away, but I exchange it. Here's 50,000. You get new dollars. What are they worth? Probably 25,000, right? And then what are Orioles should go from $5 to $2.50. So they should adjust the price the same as the dollar gets to the new dollar. So the silver then goes to 2,000, and then that's why we'll be sitting pretty. I mean, because you can't raise Orioles to $2,000 now for a pack, or milk or bread. I'm just using it as that. Or what are steaks going to cost? $5,000 for a steak. So you got to keep it in realistic terms of what people, have. And so it'll have to be near the 10. But the gold and silver goes to 2,000 an ounce. I don't think hamburger goes to 2,000 a pound. I think it still stays at $5-6 a pound, and you just come out with a new currency. That's got to be what happens. They're nowhere near ready for a digital currency. And if our money collapses, well, we still need to eat, and we still need to pay our bills. And how are you going to do that? You're going to have to keep the price similar. Now, are these bubble heads ready with the new currency? I mean, I got to hope they are. They can't be that stupid. Well, this is the U.S. government. Of course, they can be that stupid to not have a new currency ready when this collapses. That's the whole point. You come out with a new currency, and you need to back it by gold and silver, or you're fucked. If they don't say this is backed by gold, then the new currency is no better than this currency. It's just part two, and it's going to go to zero, the same as the first currency. So substitute your money for gold and silver, and then if the new money comes out, it's the same thing. Keep substituting it for more gold and silver. That'll be the key. Now, the new gold and silver is going to the gold and silver, the new money will probably cost you a lot more, because people will realize the money's not good, and everybody starts jumping into gold and silver. That's going to be it. But don't get out of it until you need to. You want to buy, you get $2,000, but wait for the new dollars. But even be leery of it. You don't want to sell too much of it for, again, paper crap, paper toilet paper. So that's where you got to be very careful once that hits. We'll talk about that as it comes. But that's really the key. If it's not backed by gold, you still got shit, and therefore you got to understand it's still shit until they say, okay, this is backed by gold and silver. Then you can relax a little, but I wouldn't trust the U.S. government as far as I can throw them. With Chief Biden running, we don't have inflation. I saw inflation was 6.75, and I'm like, yeah, but let's add in the food, the rent, and the all the gas and all the other things that you're excluding. You just assume inflation is 20%. I mean, it's easy when you don't count everything at 6.75%, but it really isn't. There's no way it can be that low. And the only way to get rid of it is to stop printing the money and come out with money backed by gold. It's the only way to end inflation. Anyway, they're killing the economy, raising costs of money, raising interest rates, kills the economy. Don't believe this $500,000. These 500,000 jobs are all at McDonald's. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Everybody's laying off. Tesla, Amazon, Google, they're all laying off. So you're getting rid of IT and finance jobs, and you're bringing in waiters, waitresses, and guys working at McDonald's. I mean so there's a little difference in the jobs that you might be creating than before. So this will be interesting. What else is there? So health-wise, all I can say is go buy, as much food for your freezer. But I had a thought today. I lost my electricity like 3 times in a row, where it just went out for like 10 seconds and then came back and went out again. came back, went out again, came back. That's why I started my show a little later. And I was starting to think, well, wait a minute. I got all this stuff in the freezer. What if I don't have electricity? It's going to go bad. I can't cook it because I need an oven unless I get a grill, and then I could grill it. But otherwise, what am I going to do if I'm going to grill 10 pounds of hamburger and then what? Or steaks or roast. And then what do I do with it? I can't get it in the fridge because I don't have electricity. So if we don't have electricity, even though you have food stored in your freezer, you're still fucked because the fridge won't work. The oven won't work. We're fucked. So I'm like, I think I need to go buy a bunch of boxes of Cheerios and, cans of tuna, stuff that doesn't need electricity, because I think we're all fucked if we need to cook stuff and we need to store stuff. Even the tuna's not good. You got to open the can and eat it because you can't put it in the fridge. And, but the problem is the Cheerios are going to make you sick because it's all carbs. And the rest of it, I don't know what you're going to store. So and then it's going to be very expensive for electricity anyway. I don't know how we're going to pay for it and what the cost is going to be. So this is going to be very interesting in about 4 to 6 weeks. How much our electricity is going to be and if we're even going to have it. I assume it'll still be here, but you never know what these clowns, these Nazis have planned for us. Take my girlfriend in the Ukraine. She does not have electricity most of the day. She's got it for 4 hours, right? You got it like in the morning. She makes her breakfast or lunch. And then she says in the evening, I don't have electricity. I don't have heat. She's so happy in Poland now because she's got heat. She's got electricity. She's got internet in her room, but she didn't have internet on the weekends. So this is the problem. I mean, is that coming here? Are we going to be limited to our electricity? And then what happens to our food in the fridge? Is it going to work? Okay, so y'all go buy generators. You got to plug it in somewhere, right? So if you don't have electricity, your generator, I don't know. Well, that's gas powered, so it'll work. This will be interesting to see what the fuck happens. None of it should be happening. This is fucking 2023. I'm not eating breakfast. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. Oh, put him in the sharpshooter till he hires me. There you go. I like the figure 4 personally. I don't eat breakfast. I only eat breakfast when I'm on vacation. But this is 2:00, Bobby. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm eating lunch. I didn't start eating until 12:30 today. So I went a good 15 hours or so. Well, I bought eggs the other day, but they were like $5 for the dozen large eggs. But I'm just talking about the price of everything, right? And then I'm talking, if you don't have electricity, what are you going to do? How are you going to cook your stuff? So I do have eggs. How am I going to cook them? Or do I hard boil them and just leave them I can't even leave them in the fridge. Fridge isn't going to work without electricity. So if I go to Jenna in the Ukraine and she's only got a few hours of electricity, I don't know how she does it. And then now she's so happy in Poland. I gave her money. She bought a new coat and, I'm going to go have a drink. And now she's going, I think she's going to get a hot tub on the weekend, she said. So I just said, just enjoy yourself. Just, I haven't seen her son lives there, so it's nice. She gets to see her son gets to see her, and she's in a little hotel. She says it's a small room, but it's got light and heat and internet. I'm happy as hell. So we might have to move to Mississippi. No, they're not going to have. We might have to move to some island, Costa Rica or Portugal. I don't know. Is Mississippi going to have electricity? Do they have it now? I know Alabama won't have any. But like we just take it for granted we're going to have electricity and it's going to be affordable and our stove's going to work and our refrigerator and freezer are going to work. We're taking all that for granted. But I'm sure they did in the Ukraine too. I mean, I met Jenna 5-6 years ago in the Ukraine. I mean, they had everything working. Why would they think they don't have electricity? So this is really, and what I don't like is this wars between the U.S. and Russia, and we're holding it in the Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are getting fucked because they're the ones dying, and we don't even send soldiers to fight Russia, and it's the wars between Russia and the U.S. And then they were to end the war, but we don't want Germany to get strong. So the key is that we keep Russia out of NATO, we stay in the NATO, and we keep Germany down because they're crazy people, right? They keep wanting to rule the world, and between World War I and World War II, we don't want to give them an army anymore. So we want to keep them down, and that's really what happens. So that's why the war's still going on. They're trying to figure out a way to do this. But Putin bankrupts us, and that's why they got the gold. They're substituting the gold for the U.S. dollar, which makes perfect sense. We sanction them, which makes no sense. And Europe can't get shit because of the sanction, because we're not buying Russian oil and all that shit. So Europe's in trouble because of that. They're paying very high heating bills right now. I don't know. I think they're getting it from the U.S. and we're charging them like 5 times what it should cost because there's no competition. So we get rid of the competition, and they're fucked in Europe because of their energy is a lot more expensive. So people are like, well, I either heat my house or I eat. And it's really insane what's happening now. But it's a Eastern world. It's Russia, China, Asia are really in charge. Africa a little bit, and the oil countries, Saudi Arabia, Iran, they're the ones in control. India, they have the gold. So it's really insane. But it finally caught up to us because we got rid of all our gold. So let's say we got 8,000 tons. We don't have anything. Germany wanted 300 tons of gold, and we couldn't pay them. Well, if we got 8,000 tons, and part of it was Germany's, so wait a minute, how much of our gold is even ours? Is it all Europe's? Anyway, so I don't believe we have any gold, and even if we had 8,000 tons, it's not enough. Then we need to back our dollar with gold because nobody wants it. So it's really becoming obsolete, the dollar, and that's the real problem. So that's what's happening there. So just be careful. You got 4 weeks, probably a little bit more, buy your gold and silver, but you have to substitute the dollar. It basically has no value, right? Everybody doesn't want it. They're all dumping it. And then as it comes here, it'll be heavy inflation. They won't be able to handle it. I think you missed my above comment about Mississippi news on metals. Oh yeah, I didn't see it. I don't see it, Bobby. I don't see anything on Mississippi here. Where did you put it? Professor strong with Excel. Put him in a sharpshooter. I thought you don't eat breakfast. No, because you mentioned buying eggs, so we might have to move to Mississippi. Yeah, I don't see a comment about Mississippi gold. That's probably why I'm reacting to it. There isn't one. So just retype that in, Bobby. Does Mississippi have gold, or do they have a new gold mine or something? I'll be curious to see what that note is. I don't know. Sometimes people write it. I don't know if they don't push enter or it doesn't get in or whatever. But usually, if you swear in it, it'll ask me if I want to show it or not, and I usually show it. But I'm not getting that either, so I just don't see it. Anyway, that's what you just have to understand what's going on, and it all goes back to Austrian economics of competition and Jesus Christ, I forget the word again. The competition and and the substitution. Why aren't I not remembering substitution? So those are the key that you have to understand. I just saw an article on Google stating that the state of Mississippi will lead the charge in recognizing gold and silver as money. Well, it's already money. I mean, it's not everybody recognizes it as money. It's the only legal money there is. It's legal. I don't need to worry about that. I mean, really, I don't know who doesn't recognize it as money. A lot of states are like, are trying to get away from taxing it and everything else, but who doesn't recognize it as money? I just don't understand that. But how about if I hand a bartender a silver coin for a beer? I think she might not take it. Well, at my bar, I would take it. Well, right, that's what it is. It's not that if I go to my barbecue place and offer him a silver ounce to pay for my ribs, he'd take it. The Toyota guy, I offered him an ounce of gold for the Camry, said, well, I need money for it. He doesn't get it. I would take it. If you want to pay me on Teaserking an ounce of silver for my picks for the week, I would take it in a minute. If my 20% guy were to pay me about $100, so if he wanted to pay me 3 ounces of silver instead of $100, I would take it in a heartbeat. So that's really, we understand it as money. We understand it's undervalued. We understand it's being derivative paper money versus gold. But maybe that's what they're talking about in Mississippi, that if you go into the store, they will take the gold and silver, which they should do anyway. But there really is no price on it. The derivative price is not the real price. That must be what they're talking about. So until China and Russia come out with this new physical price, nobody really knows the value of the gold and silver. As I say, I guess gold to be $50,000 an ounce. Now, I can't go in and buy a $50,000 Camry with it, but that's really what I feel it's worth, or going to be worth very soon. So that must be what they're talking about. But we already recognize it as money. Put it another day, we recognize it as an asset. So if I walked in with the Tom Brady rookie card, it's not money, but it has a value. So would somebody take a Tom Brady rookie card in lieu of dinner or in lieu of grocery? At the grocery store, it's a little different. But if you walk into a little restaurant, a mom and pop restaurant, and you got a Tom Brady card that's worth $100, I would think they would take it. At a McDonald's, they probably won't, because they don't know anything, right? They're not hiring Rhodes Scholars. But I think that's what they mean by it. But how do they price it? Are they going to look at the derivative price? Yeah, if that's the case, I'd take it as money too. But I think it's already got the value. It's up to the guy taking it or not. So if they're talking about going into Kroger's and they'll accept gold and silver, that's a very sketchy thing because what JP Morgan will not like, he's going to lose his monopoly, right? He's got a monopoly that you must take this, or the debit or credit card is this. And he's got the monopoly he doesn't want to give up. So I'm very curious in Mississippi that they'll be able to break the monopoly. I hope they do, but I'll be surprised if the government just lets that happen because that's the point. They want the monopoly on the dollar over the gold and silver. So we will see what happens. But everything's about substitution and competition, except for the dollar and gold and silver. And we're pushing for the competition. And that's what I think is going to happen. And when we get the competition, the value of the gold and silver are going to be way higher than the value of the dollar because they're not competing. So this is what happens when you have a monopoly and you're not competing. You fuck it up, you print it. This is a perfect example. So what do? I print this to shit. I print my 100, that's now worth $1 because there's no competition. I mean, this is a perfect economic exercise. If I had competition with gold and silver, I couldn't print more. I could only print as much as the gold and silver. I would be less apt to print. I would be in less wars because they cost. I would not print my dollar to death. I wouldn't do a lot of the shit I do, but I only do it because I don't have competition. Because I'm a monopoly. And that's a perfect example. So if you only had one whiskey or one chicken or one pop, it would be terrible and it would be expensive because they wouldn't care because you can't go somewhere else. That's the perfect example of what the competition and the substitute good is, right? That's what works. That's what makes Adam Smith's model work. And that's what Austrian economics is really all about. Is the communist Keynesians want the monopoly. They want the government to run everything. And you can see what happens when the government runs a monopoly versus the economy running things with competition is the checks and balances, right? If I print this to death, people will go somewhere else. But if if it's a monopoly and I don't have competition, I can print it to zero. Beautiful, beautiful analogy. And that's what happens. That's why you need competition with money. That's why basically all these currencies are going without gold and silver is basically they're all a monopoly onto themselves, but there's no competition. Why would I go into euros? It's no better than dollars. Or why would I go into Swiss francs? There's still, it's the same monopoly. It's the paper monopoly. And the monopoly of the US dollar is better than the Swiss franc, but it's not really that much better. Where the monopoly on gold and silver, see, what does he do? The competition of gold and silver, they keep the price low on it. So you don't want to go into gold and silver. Because they don't want to ruin their monopoly. They don't want to have any competition. That's why COMEX is there, to keep the competition out, to keep you from substituting your dollars to gold and silver. And Russia, China finally figured that out, in India, and they're going, well, I got 40,000 tons of gold. I am now competing with this dollar. I can compete. I have enough to compete. I'm going to turn it into dollars. And Russia's right there with them going, yes, this is how we need to compete. We can't have a ruble unless it's backed by gold. It won't compete with the dollar. There's the competition. So it shows you when you have a monopoly, if it was the only candy in the world, the only candy bar or the only chicken or whatever it is, if there was no competition, it would be very expensive and crap. Just like this. This is crap. However, if you have the competition, you can't do that, right? With the competition creates, this is probably my Russian girl. With the competition, it creates a second. All right, I still have my thought process. A lot of tourists in Poland, probably all from Ukraine. No, well, it would be if I was in Poland. So what happens is you have. I apologize, but I need to take that because she's about to go to sleep because it's 10 o'clock in Poland. So what happens is if you don't have competition, the monopoly has no interest in keeping the dollar sound and not, or whatever it is, right? Whatever you're selling spoons. Well, I have no intention of making a good spoon, and I don't have to sell it at a reasonable price that is meeting the competition. I can sell it very, very expensively. That's a piece of crap because there's no competition. So, because there's competition, this is a nice knife. It's sharp. It's cheap because they got to compete. So they got to put in the right price to sell it because it's business. That's the beauty of business in a competitive Austrian economic society. The competition comes in. If we're in a communist society, this knife wouldn't even be sharp. It would cost me $100. Right here, it's what, $9, and it's sharp and it looks nice. That's why we don't like communism. There's no competition. There's no market. They tell you it's going to cost you $100. And people go without knives. I mean, if you see things on old, 1940s Russia, you can see all the starving people and they kill them. They don't care. And it's horrendous. But that's the problem with that's the problem with everything. That's the problem with communism / Keynesian and MMT theory. There's no competition. There's no substitutable goods. The prices are way up because monopolies don't have to compete. Therefore, they turn this into shit. And if you want to buy gold and silver, they keep the price down on it. So you don't even want to compete with it. That's what I'm telling you. I can see through their bullshit, just like Madoff. That's why they're keeping it down, because of the competition now, because they got a monopoly. But once the monopoly is broken, you're going to see gold go through the roof, which is what's going to happen. Not that gold will be a monopoly, but pretty much it is, because there really is no competition for gold and silver. This is never competition for gold and silver. If you just let the market run it, everybody would buy gold. Nobody would buy that. And that's what's going to happen. That's why I'm so hyped on us buying the gold and silver and making a fortune on it. We really won't make a fortune. It's just this will go to, all the votes will go to gold and silver, and everybody will get out of this. Basically what's going to happen. That's why the value will go up. The question is, if we're free market, how much are you going to charge for Cheerios, right? But if we keep competition, it's still going to be cheap. Or milk or eggs or a can of tuna, all that stuff, still going to be competitive. We'll keep the price down and the quality up. Competition is low prices, high quality. That's what we want. That's why we're the U.S. And that's the problem with communism. There is no competition. So if anybody tries to tell you they're a communist, that's your comeback. And let them argue with it. Oh, no, the U.S. is going bad because of capitalism. It's failing. No, capitalism. It's competition and substitute goods. That's capitalism, right? That's it. I don't know the other funny words. I don't care about them. I don't think about them. That's really it. It's the competition in that. So if I can compete with the dollar, it wouldn't be worth shit, right? Well, I always got a booty call with Jenna. Like I said, I'll probably see her next month. We'll figure out where to go in Europe and the calm before the storm. But I'll take some extra gold and silver with me in case I get stuck. But see, this is the beauty thing about WhatsApp. She's in Poland or the Ukraine. My other girl's in Russia, and we chat on that all day between messages and videos. And it doesn't cost us anything. Where before we couldn't do it, right? I mean, before in the 80s, you didn't even have it. You didn't have the internet. I couldn't even have met her, right? I wouldn't even know who she is. That's the beauty of it. So now I can meet a girl that I like, and I go, okay, can't find that in America, and can see her, can talk every day, and make sure she's okay. And you can have a good relationship with somebody in Europe by doing that. Far better than any of the girls in the U.S. who are all like, he wants to have sex with me. Oh my God, not that. And again, the same thing with girls. You need competition and substitutable goods. You don't want a monopoly. If you got a monopoly on a girl, you're fucked because you don't want to be stuck with one girl and you don't like her. Then what do you do? Hey, Phil, what kind of capitalism does the U.S. have? Sure, it isn't a completely free market. Well, again, true capitalism is substitution and competition. That's what it is. Now, if this is a monopoly, well, that's not capitalism. That's not the U.S. To argue that the U.S. is not as much capitalism and they're taking our freedoms, and the J.P. Morgans and BlackRocks are trying to create monopolies, is not capitalism. That's more communistic. I agree with that, but I'm talking in the truest sense. At least we have some competition. You can buy GM, Ford, Toyota here, where good luck in Russia finding those car companies at a reasonable price. Well, no, I'm not saying it's a completely free market, but it should be. That's the idea of it. Phil has been skipping class, owes a lot of silver. Yeah, he does owe us some silver. We need a little kitty that you guys can, when you miss class, throw it, send it in, and then we'll have a party at the end of the year. I see the U.S. is ranked number 25 for 2022 Economic Freedom Index. That ain't good. Well, who is that? The coaches poll or the AP? Is that the BCS? Are we going to have a playoff? I mean, we're ranked 25. Who's doing the ranking and who's number one? So tell us the whole story, Phil. What are we talking about? The Heritage Foundation. And who runs them? Soros or the other Nazis? Singapore is number one. Do they have freedom? Aren't they run by China? Singapore and Hong Kong used to be called the Paper Tigers, where they had a lot of the invisible hand because Milton Friedman went there and taught them about it as he taught China about it. I don't know if they're run by China. I don't think they have too much freedom. I don't know. We'll have to look into it, what they mean by freedom. I know we're not as free as we used to be. I know we're not as free as we used to be, but I doubt. I know we're not as free as we used to be because they're taking, like, why can't we smoke in public? Why do we need to wear a seatbelt? All the shit like that. We're not free compared to many countries. Maybe, I don't know. You know, how free is Singapore? What are they defining as free? And you know, a lot of the times I'm talking economics. I know we're free because we have competition until you get people like JP Morgan fucking with the dollar. Now, Bobby's saying Mississippi's going to allow gold and silver as money, I guess, which I'm assuming means the stores will take it. I'm curious to see how that works when JP Morgan has the monopoly on this, doesn't want to give it up. So I don't know if they're going to allow that. Well, I'm curious what their measures are, Phil. Well, I don't know. Is China running Singapore? If they are, they're not free at all. If they're not, then maybe, you know, then that would make sense. Hong Kong used to be right up there, the top 2 or 3, until China took them over, and look what happened to them. So I don't know. Maybe Singapore is number 1, but how little government control is involved in your economy is basically what it measures. I understand. I don't know how you really measure that. Do they understand what the government controls? Is it all out in public? What's going on behind the scenes? But you know, I know Singapore was one of the paper tigers, so I'm hoping Taiwan is number 6, still more free. Yeah, they got to keep China out of there. My guess is China and Russia are at the bottom of the pile, and Cuba. You know, I understand what you're saying, Phil, and it's all the regulations and everything else and how they're run. So, and I'm sure there's strong economies if you got the government out of it. Well, Taiwan's more with the chips, right? So are they really free, or is it just they let them make the chips? They're making all the money. So that'll be a curious thing. Cuba, Venezuela, and North Korea are ranked, yeah, all the communist ones. And Russia and China are right there. That's your point about communism, right? Cuba's communist since 1959. They still have 1959 cars there. You can't sell them. So, yeah, that's government control. You've listed the 3 communist countries. And then Taiwan and I would assume Hong Kong is up to the top with Singapore. Maybe is Costa Rica a country? I think they'd be up in the top 10, and then Alabama and Ohio State. Russia for sure is not at the bottom. It should be. They're pretty much communist, run by Putin. So there's a problem there if they're not. Then I'm gonna be real curious why they're not. Are they more capitalist? But you know, everything runs through Putin. So that's what I fear in your list of how accurate it is, based on Putin is in control of Russia. Nobody makes a move without Putin's blessing. They aren't communism, that's why. What are they then? They're dictator, fascist. They're like Hitler. They have a crazy dictator leader who runs it. And believe me, they run the economy. So, well, they're not capitalists, that's fucking for sure. They're a mixture, like the U.S. Some aspects are free market offers not. Okay. what kills me is why countries just don't go capitalistic and go laissez-faire, which always works, which always makes you number one, like Spain, England, and France. When they did it, they used gold. And as soon as they inflated their gold, they dropped out of sight. So I would think, am I a capitalist? Hell, can't you tell? Come on, Bobby. You're going to ask a question like that? You're going to waste the class's time with a question like that? I'm an Adam Smith free market guy. I believe there should be very little government. Well, I tell you what I told you, the 4 or 5 facts of being a country, right? Low taxes, low law, low regulations, strong laws, and solid money. That's what I am. So I don't know what you call it. I don't know if it is capitalist or just a free market and a free country and gold standard. Well, Bobby's a little slow. I think he had to ask the question. It's like, Bobby, did you play baseball? Are you there? Yeah, that'll be his next question, Phil. Bobby's a little slow. Yeah, okay, Bobby. See, now Bobby's playing games. He's obviously drinking. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for is where I want to live is a country that has the gold standard. I don't care if it's Russia and China. If they have the gold standard, then they're probably not communists. And that's okay because it kind of takes care of everything. The professor shipped me that Canadian whiskey. I can't. You can go buy it. I'm sure it's at the shelf, but the 12-year-old you're going to buy is actually 12 years old. And this was 12-year-old in 1995. I'm going to look up how many pitches to the head Bobby took in his career. That's what the 420 is for, Phil. I asked him if that was his batting average, and he said, no, that's where he used to live. And, I'm curious. I thought he hit 300, but now I'm beginning to think he hit like 200. And I still don't know how many home runs he hit because, he's about 400 shy of 600, I think. All right. Anyway, but that's really what we want. We don't want monopolies. We want gold as money. We don't want a lot of regulations and laws. People often think I am a heavy weed smoker with a 40. I know you told me that yesterday. You should put it in your batting average, and then people will know what you hit. Yeah, I know. You told me yesterday or the day before. How about your number? What was it, 24? Were you Willie Mays? Maybe that's what you should put in your number on your jersey, or how many home runs you hit or something. Anyway, that's what we want. If Singapore 23 and Pitt and 20, so okay, and 23. 25, 23. Why didn't you get 24? You could have been Willie Mays. Or you could have been 12. You could have been Tom Brady and Roger Staubach and Joe Namath. Or 32, you could have been Jim Brown. I assumed it was weed related also. 99% of the time it is weed related. Yeah, that's probably a little. That's why he can't afford gold, Phil. He keeps saying he buys silver, but he doesn't tell me he doesn't. Where's the gold purchases? Kobe wasn't on your team in Pitt, New York. I don't think he played on the Mets. He used to be number 8, right? And then he went to 24 after he raped the girl. But if he would have been with a Russian or Ukrainian girl at the hotel, she would have just blackmailed him. She wouldn't have reported him. She would have wanted his money. He'd have had a better time with the Russian-Ukrainian girl. That's for sure. What else? So we got a month, then shit's going to hit the fan. We assume they're going to replace the currency because it's going to go to zero. And we're hoping that gold and silver should react and go to the moon. Finally, after saving for almost 2 months, I'll be making my gold purchase, first one in 1 years. In the next week or so, very pumped for it. Now, the key, you don't need to buy U.S. gold. You can buy Maple Leaf. You can buy the Austrian Philharmonic. Cougarans are cheaper. You just want to, all you're trying to do is buy 1 ounce of gold, and it's going to say 1 ounce of gold on it. It's got to say 1 ounce. There is the sovereigns in the James Bond movie From Russia with Love. That was 50 sovereigns of gold, but it doesn't say gold on it. I've seen that, and I was all excited. I wanted to buy one. They're like between quarter and half ounce. They're like 0.37 of an ounce. The problem is they don't say gold on it, and you're going to might have trouble selling it. Maybe if you're in the UK or Europe, you might not, but here you might have trouble selling that it's actually gold. So make sure it actually says 1 ounce, 1/2 ounce, 1/4 ounce of gold. And then you can buy whatever. And I would advise, if you have enough money, to buy the ounce, not 4 quarters or 2 halves. Like I said, 4 quarters is $570, is $2,300 for an ounce that I can get for $2,000. So you're much better off from a financial point of buying the ounce. It's the best purchase. However, then you have an ounce, and if you want to sell a quarter, you get the quarter. So if gold's 50,000, your ounce is 50,000. Your 4 quarters, let's divide them by 4, would be 12.5. So if I only want 12.5, then I can do that. If I want the full 50, then that's, you buy the ounce. But then there's less to carry. You can have 10 ounces, you're fine. If you have 40 quarter ounces, you got a bit. So I mix them up. I got a lot of ounces. I got some halves, a lot of quarters and dimes, mostly for the girls. When I meet the girls, it's a 1/4 ounce. It's not. I don't think I've given a girl an ounce. I think I will. That's why I got the quarters. But then the silvers I always buy the ounce because they're so fucking cheap. Theoretically, you could buy mercury dimes or quarters or halves that are still silver. So those would be older years. But it's not worth it because I bought a mercury dime, it'd be like $10 or $15. But if you really think about it, it's 1/10 of 25 is $250. So unless you're buying, it as that, you're going to pay way too much for it. So just buy the silver for $25. Well, Bobby, he can afford gold, so he's going to go with it. He'll buy silver too. By the way, I think he already has silver. By the way, did Phil hear about the big news out of Mississippi? I don't know. I've laid off silver since the beginning of January, Bobby, because I wanted to save for gold. Phil, I read your comment from earlier, Bobby, if that's what you mean about Mississippi. I was offered slightly tarnished gold coins, random gold bullion, their choice at a 20% discount by email, though I'm not sure I want used beat up gold. I wouldn't get anything email unless it's from a reputable, like SM Bullion or one of those. Go to the fucking store or call my guy, and then you're getting real gold. You've got to be careful with that. Well, at a 20% discount, random gold bullion. Random just means random year. So if they give you a 2015 Cougaran, I don't care. My Cougarans are all different years. I don't care because I'm not investing for the year. I'm not investing as it's an investment. I'm investing. I want 1 ounce of gold. So I don't give a shit what year, as long as it says 1 ounce of gold. So I've been buying. I'll buy Cougarans. They're $60 cheaper for the same ounce. And like I said, so I went to the guy and I said he had these New Buffalo silvers, and he had Cougaran silvers, which I've never seen. And then he had the U.S. And I said, okay, silver's $1,000 an ounce. What do you give me for the new Eagles? Said $1,000. What do you give me for this stuff? $1,000. I says, then why would anybody buy the Eagle $35 versus the bullion for $25? Says they shouldn't. He says, but you get it. You're advanced. You understand it. Most people, and the other thing he said is most people, when gold and silver drop in price, they don't buy. Only I do. What they buy is when the price goes up, because then they think they better buy. They panic because they don't know, and so they go to buy it at the higher price because they feel, oh, now it's going. Where me and you know, fuck, when it's on sale, I always call it on sale. Go, oh, I see gold's on sale. The price dropped because I know where it's heading, and I'm very comfortable that I know where it's heading. Well, I don't know what random type is. Is it? Well, I guess what is there? There's either you buy the coins or you get the little silver, or you get the little bar of it. That's all there is, unless they're talking jewelry. But you don't. You're not. You know. You got to be. Now this is 18 karat gold. So if this is an ounce of gold, and gold's, let's say, 2,000 an ounce, this is worth 3/4 of the ounce. That's what I'll get for it. Because because it's 18 karat, it's mixed with other things. Now the jewelry is 14 carats. So you're overpaying a lot on your gold jewelry. And let's say that's almost a half. So if it's a 2,000 an ounce, you're getting whatever, so 14 karat is almost a half, right? Because it's 24. So 12, let's say it's 12 karat. That would be a half an ounce of gold. So if it's 2,000, you get 1,000 for it. This I get 1,500 for it because this is 18 karat. So I don't know what else there is. I mean, you can buy this, you can buy the coins, or you can buy the bullion little bars. Otherwise, I don't know what other type of gold there is. No, they mean random year and random type of coin. It will be a coin. Could be legal tender type or generic bullion. I don't know of any generic bullion coins. No, it will be round and X amount of ounces your order. There is no generic bullion gold coins. Only silver are bullion. Like you can get the Buffalo, or you can get I got the Liberty bullion. There is no bullion gold. It's all official. Because you're getting it from a mint. So you're either getting a gold from Britain or from Australia, the kangaroo, or you're getting US or the maple leaf. There is no bullion. There is no ounce of gold that's bullion except for the bar from Credit Suisse. But you know it's a bar, but it's not a coin. The only coins are government made. And they're not bullion; they're all money. Maybe the Cougaran isn't money, but you know it's South African Cougaran, right? But there is no bullshit ounce of gold money. This is as much bullion as it is the jewelry. It's a random coin. How is this confusing you? Well, you said generic bullion coin. There's no such thing. So basically you don't care about the year. And you know, but I would like to know what I'm getting. I don't know that I would, I mean, I would say, well, what am I getting? Am I getting a maple leaf or, or a Philharmonic or, or US or whatever, but that's what I get. So I'm confused by your wording of bullion, of generic bullion coin. Because there isn't one. So just be careful with that. But I would want to know what I'm getting. I don't care the year. So I just bought like a 1990 Cougaran. Who cares? I mean, I don't care about the year. Again, I'm buying the ounce of gold, but I would get more information. You want to buy gold that you want, but I wouldn't buy US because it's going to cost you more. So I'd rather buy a kangaroo, a maple leaf, Cougaran, or a Philharmonic. I don't want the US per se. I don't need it because it's worth $50. Who cares? You're not buying it for that. And but I'd like to select it. I'm confused. You just said Cougarans weren't legal tender, but said it's all legal tender. The Cougarans won't have like a dollar value on it, but they are an ounce of gold. All the others will say, like the U.S. says $50, right? The Maple Leaf will say it's worth 100 euros or 100 Canadian dollars. It's the only one that isn't actual money, but it's still perceived as money. That's the only difference. But it's fine. I own a lot of Cougarans. It's cheaper. But in terms of it having a numeric money amount on it, it doesn't. That's the only difference. So you're fine with them. I mean, I own them, but I'm just saying there's different. The rest will have a value on them. I'll have to pull my gold and show you. But you're fine. And then random year, you don't care. Like I said, I don't even know what years I buy anymore. He's got gold. I buy it. I just bought a half ounce and then 2/4 ounces. And I didn't care. It was just, I don't even know what year I bought, right? I doubt it was 2022 or 2023. I think it was probably 2017. It doesn't matter the year when you're buying the gold or the silver, you're buying the ounce. And that's the critical part. Because when gold goes to 20,000 an ounce, you got an ounce, you got 20,000. That's all you care about. But when I say money, you're not buying it for the face value. You're not buying the US dollar for $50 you're going to get out of it. You're buying it because it's an ounce of gold at 2,000, right? You're paying 2,000 for the ounce, not $50 because it's a $50 coin. That's kind of what I'm saying. So don't be confused. It's fine. I own the Cougarans. It's just doesn't have the $50 or $100 value on it. Because South Africa is basically saying you're buying an ounce of gold. So it's all fine. So we're all worried when Bobby's going to buy his gold. When you buying your first gold piece, Bobby? And you think you're addicted to silver, you ain't see nothing when you buy gold. Then you'll really get addicted. Because gold's much prettier than the silver. I don't know how people buy white gold. It's sort of like white chocolate. Like, I don't buy white chocolate. I don't like white gold. My wedding ring was half white and half gold. I think I'll take it to the store and see if I can change it in for like a half ounce or something. I don't know what we paid for him. This is why I'm divorced. Only an idiot would buy a wedding ring that's half white and half gold. I mean, it's all gold, but half white gold and half yellow gold. Who does that? How I even married somebody who would do that is beyond me. Well, that's why we're divorced. So you watch. If I marry the Russian or the Ukrainian, it's solid gold ring all the way around. But I gotta see what I can get for that ring. I wouldn't mind. I don't know if I want the ring. I'd rather have more coins. The ring doesn't mean anything to me. Bobby measures his precious metals and how much of his mattress it covers. Could take a while to cover the mattress in gold, though. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to. Now, you asked about silver and gold. What'll eventually happen, Phil? The normal ratio of silver to gold is 8, which means 8 ounces of silver should buy you 1 ounce of gold. It's at 87 now, which shows you how out of whack silver is. Silver's been really kept down. And when silver shoots up, it'll go back to the 8-to-1 ratio, which shows you how. So if gold's 2,000 an ounce divided by 8 puts you at what, 250. That would be 250 an ounce. That's where silver should be at the 8-to-1 ratio. So what you're going to do and what I'm going to do, I'll take 8 ounces of silver, or 4, maybe I'll take 4 ounces and buy a half ounce of gold. So I'll be exchanging my silver for gold as we go, as it gets to that 8-to-1 ratio. But that's what you can do to buy your gold, is give it 8 ounces of silver for the ounce of gold. And that's what I will do, and you'll do it. And so why pay? I did an analysis. There was 10 ounces of silver and a little 1/10 of an ounce gold. The tenth of an ounce gold was 230. And I really brought 300 because I was going to buy 10 ounces of silver. And then I saw that, and I always perk up when I can buy more gold. So I said, well, I can buy the tenth of an ounce for 230 or 10 ounces of silver for 25 for 257. And I thought about it, and then here's how I came to the conclusion. Because silver's so undervalued, if silver just goes to, my break even was 500. Gold goes to 50,000, that tenth of an ounce is worth 5,000. My 10 ounces of silver, if that just goes to 500, it's the same price. It's 5,000. So if I think silver is going to go over 500, I buy the 10 ounces of silver. I'm putting it at 2,000. So I got $20,000 worth of silver versus $5,000 worth of gold. So I bought the 10 ounces of silver. But again, it's because silver is so undervalued. But yes, I would still buy the gold. But that's kind of how I came up with it, because silver is so undervalued that the break even's 500, which will be a joke. But yeah, I would definitely buy the gold. If you can afford it, you got to buy the ounces because it's the best value. And then you might buy some quarter ounces just so you have some smaller amounts of gold. But again, if it's 550, that's 11, that's 2,200 for the ounce of gold, because 4 quarters are 1 ounce. So you're going to pay $22 for an ounce of gold versus the ounce at 2,000. So you're going to pay an extra 200. However, that's okay. I own a lot of quarters and dimes and halves also, even though because it was still at the point, oh, it's only going to cost me 500 to get another quarter ounce of gold. So I would buy more. It's hard to go and buy $2,000 every time. So sometimes you get it for 500. I don't know. I'm confused because they don't leave messages. And then I call these numbers at 5 o'clock and nobody answers. And they're selling, fire equipment or something. So I hate when I don't know the party, don't think I want to answer. That's why I like WhatsApp. I know it's my girls on the WhatsApp. Yes, it hasn't been like that in forever. Well, I mean, silver's so cheap. That's why I laugh when somebody says silver's going to hit 30. The guy who owns the silver, the coin store goes, he's got this huge bar of silver, and he goes, well, you won't see it when it hits $30 an ounce. And my thought is, it's already 1,000. What the fuck are you talking about? 30. If you think silver's $30, you're out of your mind. You don't know what you're doing, and you're fucking running the store. Silver's $1,000 an ounce. It just, once you compete with the dollar, just on the fact that you printed so many dollars and the value of the dollars dropped, it has to be, but it's being suppressed. So again, it's paper silver's 22, but real silver's 2,000 or 3,000. I mean, we're just waiting for that. And thank God the Russians are doing it. If I could buy 10 ounces and get it cheaper per ounce, but like you said, it's tough coming up with that kind of cash. Yeah, I put some on my credit card. I had a lot of cash in the bank. So I emptied my bank account to buy gold and silver. I was still working, so I put more money in the bank. Now I empty my IRA to buy gold and silver. I got to pay the tax on it, but I'd rather, what am I going to do? Buy stocks that are going to go to zero? So I'm in the right spot. And I don't mind. I just have a little tax bill that I'm going to sit there and go. Let's see what gold's doing today. So gold was really choppy today, at least at 10 o'clock. So gold's down 19 for the day at 1835. The 10 o'clock drop happened, and then it got bigger at 11. So at 10 o'clock it dropped, then it went up a little bit. Then it dropped again, and then it went up, and then it dropped at 11, and then zoomed back up. So it's 1835 now. It went down to 1830. So not a lot of action in it. And if you read, now sometimes they give you explanation. There's no action. I mean, it's just, who knows? And you can't listen to the Fed. They're all their stuff is bullshit. So you can't listen to the government stuff because it's not real. It's just to get them elected, so they tell you what you want to hear. The Dow's down 53 at 34,000, which it shouldn't be close to that. News about the Dow, CNBC. Dow falls slightly as investors weigh retail sales, inflation data, and live updates. If you looked at inflation data, you wouldn't be having any of it. What are you talking about? The stock market gets choppy at 10, often also. That's when the fix happens. It's usually attributed to West Coast traders waking up. Oh, okay. Not London and the gold. The gold's clearly from London. No, it's a fix that happens at 10 o'clock. The gold gets reset at 10 o'clock, and it always tends to go down. Once in a blue moon, it goes up. And then like today, it's choppy. Again, it's derivatives, right? That's not a real price. And this is where I kind of get frustrated when these guys on YouTube say, oh, why is gold down? It's not down. That's fantasy. That's got nothing to do with reality, that's the real price of gold. It's not. So you just sit there and go, oh, good. It's down. It's a sale. Now Phil can go buy his gold. So I'd wait till tomorrow at that 1830 price. It's even cheaper, right? And now you can get it for 1950 roughly for the ounce, maybe 1970. I bought some at 1900. I paid 2,000 for some. I don't care. All I'm looking at is I got the ounce. So all I can say, Phil, is you don't pay sales tax. It's better if you go to the store, you don't have to pay for shipping or tax. You can look at it and you can walk out with it. The last thing you want buying gold is stress. So you don't want to buy it from a JM Bullion and then you're waiting a week and it didn't show up and you paid the money and you're waiting to get it. That's why I go to the store and I buy and I walk out with the gold, and I don't have no tax, no shipping. I walk out with the gold. So that's my recommendation. If you can find one or buy it from my guy. Well, you're in Philadelphia, so there must be mafia around Atlantic City that can sell you gold. So that's what you want. Again, no sales tax and then if you go to the store, no shipping, and that's preferred. But if you buy it from a reputable place, just make sure they have it in stock, I guess. Did you see the 1 million Floyd Mayweather just dropped on a 5-pound gold chain? No, I didn't. 5-pound gold chain. Is that worth it? 5 pounds. So it's per ounce. So how many ounces are in a pound? 16 ounces in a pound. So 16 times 2,000 would be 32,000. No, it'd be higher. 80 ounces of gold he could have had for roughly 160,000. Yeah, so you wonder what's he doing? On one hand, he's smart. He's buying gold. So how many ounces are in a pound? 16 ounces, you're saying? 80 ounces. That's not right either. If you bought 5 pounds, if it's 16 ounces in a pound, It's 16 times 5 is 630. You're right, 80 ounces. 1632, 6480. So 80 times 2,000 is 160,000. What the fuck is he doing paying $1 million for a 5-pound gold chain? What was this guy out of his fucking mind? Let's go to Google and see if it's there. How could he pay that for 5 pounds of gold, $1 million? US dollar comes back, better bid. Who's buying the dollar? Here's one story I got to read. So a better unable to claim their prize after Super Bowl with William Hill Sportsbook. All right, this interests us, so let's see what that is. Then we'll see if we can get to the Mayweather $1 million for 160,000. Like, is he that stupid? He paid for labor and cool factor, I guess. Look up that picture. It looks ridiculous. William Hill went down, still was down yesterday, I think. Better unable to claim their super prize after Super Bowl. Since halftime of the Super Bowl. Thousands of William Hill sportsbook bettors have been unable to claim their prize. The sportsbook system shut down before halftime during the Super Bowl. The Nevada Gaming Control Board is now investigating the failure. One bettor, Mary Love, spent most of her Monday morning headed back to the Silver Nugget Casino where she placed her Super Bowl bet Sunday on the Chiefs. After arriving to claim her winnings, her day took a turn. They said the system was down. Okay. The system had been down since okay. So what's the problem? When she walked into her sportsbook, she got the news. There'll be no pay. Okay. I'm like, why? Well, if the system's down, that's fine. So when the system comes up, she'll get her money. What's the problem? I mean, if you're giving me that as a reason, I'm fine with that. But how much did she bet on the game? $100, $500? Let's see if we see this Mayweather. US dollar comes back, better bid. BlackRock places new bets on team and 2 add big tech stocks. Here's BlackRock still buying stocks. They're going to get the shit beat out of them when the market crashes. Derek Carr linked to 2 teams after release from the Raiders. Okay. Russian bomber jets intercepted over Alaska by U.S. air defense systems. These are tests where they're testing the U.S. if they can send us a nuke. So if we're intercepting their bombers and we have a good defense, they won't do it. These are the 6 cheapest grocery stores in America. You won't believe who made the list. Let's see. What is this? Mayweather? Mayweather reveals he lost a huge $10,000 bet on the Super Bowl. See, if he would have just been in class, he would have won $10,000. Go shopping with huge entourage and wall of 30 security guards. Seriously? First of all, if I saw Mayweather at Caesars, I wouldn't know who he was. I'm not seeing him with the gold. No, I'm not seeing where he bought the gold, but I believe you that he did, but maybe I got to search Mayweather gold. Mayweather gold chain. Looks horrendous. Mayweather super heavyweight, $1 million white gold chain. Who buys a white gold chain? What's this guy out of his fucking mind? He drops $1 million on massive gold chain. Now this one says 5.7 pounds. Mayweather splashes out 1 million on white gold, 300 carat diamond chain. See, you're not getting the whole story. There's a 300 carat gold chain attached to it. That's why it's $1 million. 300 carat diamond chain ahead. Okay, so that's where he's getting $1 million from. Yeah, hard to believe he'd be that stupid. So first of all, I would not have spent $1 million on a gold chain. I would have bought, 1,000 ounces of Cougarans or something. So yeah, William Hill went down at halftime, and they'll be back up. Are they going to never come back up again? No, well, the data be there, but she has the ticket, so she'll get it cashed. What they should have done, well, they probably can't, was take her ticket and then pay her, and then make sure they enter it in the system. She should not be out the money. They should be able to take the ticket, write paid on it, give her $100, whatever she won, and then they would just enter it into their own system on their own at a time, right? She's already been paid, enter it as paid, and off you go. So theoretically, William Hill should have been able to pay her off with the ticket, But I do know they go into the system. Even if I go in person and give them the ticket to cash it in, they run it through and then they pay me off. It's not just one person affected at William Hill. It was everyone who bet in Nevada. I know the system went down. I still would if you go into the casino, you should be able to get it paid off and then go get it paid. Let's say you're at the slot. Let's say you're at the blackjack machine and you hit. You get the little paper out of the slot, says, okay, you won $50. And then what do? You go to the cashier, they give it to you. Maybe she could go to the cashier and collect it. I know I've done that with football bets, but I don't know if they run it through the system or not. Probably to make sure it's authentic, I guess, because it could be a copy, possibly. Otherwise, I'm not sure. But, they should be able to write paid. But that might be if it's a copy. It could have gotten paid 10 times already, so they need to run it through the machines. That's probably what it is, but I'm sure it'll be back up. I don't think the Russian mafia really cares about sports betting as much as they care about like the oil and the other things that they shut down, the airlines or whatever. Also, they could have been hacked. Maybe they didn't balance their books right, could not be able to pay or not want to. There are many questions, and they just say computer issue. Yeah, possibly. I've never had a problem when I bet there. The game wins, I give them the ticket, I get paid. I've really never, where it's Caesars, had a problem getting paid off, but their system's never been down like this where they can't pay me. But if it was, I wouldn't be too concerned. I know they're going to come back up. And if it's just waiting a couple days for it to come back up, I'd do it. Because, how much is she betting? $100,000? I mean, my sports bets, I assume, I bet them that I can afford to lose. So if I have a $500 bet and I win it, I can wait a week to get paid. My 20% guy, he doesn't pay me till Friday. He gives me a payment on Friday. So that's fine. As long as I get paid, I can wait a week for it. I don't. It's money won, so it's not like money spent. Anyway, so that's interesting news. Lufthansa just had a computer problem, so they're canceling flights or delaying them, and it's pretty common in the airline industry for some reason, which I don't know why you'd be picking on the airlines. You wouldn't think you would. Anyway, so let me know about your gold, Phil. I think I would know what I'm getting. I don't care the year. So if I buy a Maple Leaf or I get a Philharmonic or a Kangaroo, I don't really care the year. It's going to say an ounce of gold on it, but I'd probably want to go to a store if you could. I wonder if you go to a coin show, I would assume some guy sells gold at the coin show. Just like it's a baseball card show, only you're selling coins. Do you think if you won a few six-figure sports bets, you would just get banned from those places? They seem to do that. It should be illegal, honestly. Illegal for them to refuse your business just for winning. That's why I would never do it like that. If I were to bet $200,000 on the Super Bowl, I would be betting two or three that were like 20,000. I would bet 10, 15, 20, 25,000 bets. I would not bet one big bet specifically for that reason. And specifically, I don't want to get 1099. So that's how I would do it. The real big bettors have other people bet for them, right? So they say, Johnny, go bet 20 grand here, and Ray, go bet 50 grand here, and Phil bet 30 grand here. So the guy doesn't actually make the bets. In my situation, I would make the bets, but I would make $10,000, $20,000 bets. I mean, I enjoy it anyway. Going up, here's 20,000, here's 22,000, and do that. Now, with my 11-team teaser I hit, it wasn't that big of a bet. Let's say I bet $1,000 on it, I would have won 40,000 or 50,000. But still, I'm only making a $10,000 bet. I'm just hitting 11. I'm going 11 for 11. Would they ban me for that? I don't think so. But yes, you're right. But a casino can ban anybody for anything. They don't have to take your action or let you win. Even card counting is not cheating. Really, what is card counting? There's a lot of 10 cards out versus low cards. So how is that? It's certainly not cheating. Is it even an edge? I don't think so. But maybe a little small edge. It's not going to guarantee me winning, because who gets the 10s, jacks, queens, and who gets the 6s are just as easily could be the other way. But yeah, I mean, cheating's one thing, but if you're not cheating, should be fair game, because I would think you'd want me making $200,000 football bets at your casino, right? Because first of all, you're not going to think I'm going to win them all, and you want my action. That's why you're a bookie. I used to book when I was like 16 years old at Farmer Jack's, and I'd have my high school friends bet with me. I didn't really limit them. Unless you didn't pay, I'd have a guy who wouldn't pay. You can't bet with me. But as long as you paid, then I didn't care how much you bet. Up to the point that I had it. If you wanted to bet 20 grand, I couldn't cover it. But if you just wanted to make a normal $300, $400, $500 bet, I was fine with it. I'm figuring you're going to lose it, so go ahead and bet it. Plus, I would know who's going to win. I would know if it's a good bet or bad bet, because even back then I was betting. So I would say, oh, you want to bet Detroit? Fine, go ahead. I remember the biggest thing I did was I bet the Sugar Ray Leonard Hearns fight. And when you were the bookie, it's such a huge advantage. These guys are betting on Hearns because we're in Detroit. And I'm getting it's like in reverse. So being the house, they're laying you bet 100 to win 70. So I only got to pay out 70, but if they lose, I get 100. I mean, it was like, and then Leonard wins. So I won a lot, but it was kind of cool. When you're booking the favorite, because you're getting 70, let's say 75 cents on the dollar. So you bet 750 to win whatever. But on my end, if you lost, I kept the whole 100. So it was just beautiful from that standpoint. Phil, they are well aware people skirt the $10,000 loss. So it actually moves like around 10,000 triggers attention, probably a lot less than either depositing or withdrawing. They're well aware people skirt the 10,000. Are you talking 1099s? See, when I won, I had a whole stack of bets, and the cashier said, "We don't 1099 sports bets. They do horse racing and slots, but they don't do it on poker." I don't know why. I guess they can't figure out what you started with. But poker, you could walk away winning 50 grand. They wouldn't 1099 you. Also, I wouldn't cash. If the limit's 10, I'm cashing 9. And if I have to cash it 10 times, I cash it 10 times. I don't care. I stood in line 3 times. I went over, 5, 6 grand that one time. And there was no way I was cashing all the tickets at the same. I did about 2 grand cash them. And I had a stack in my pocket, and the lady could see. She says, "You can cash them all. We won't 1099 you." No, I enjoy going into the line, giving you a stack of tickets that are all winners, and getting paid out. So I don't mind if I do that 3 times. It was funny as hell, but I loved it. I loved cashing like 3 times. That's how the stack of tickets were like that. It was unbelievable. This was a few years ago. That's what I'm saying. If you deposit 9 grand 11 times, you know what the fuck you're doing. It's been tried many times by many people. You mean cashing? Like I said, I don't know that there's a limit in football betting or poker. I don't know if they 1099 poker for more than that. I do know it's slots and horse racing. But I'm not aware of just baseball or football, $20,000 or poker, because you don't know if you won it all. Just because I cashed $30,000 in poker doesn't mean I won 30,000. I could have invested 10 grand and lost, and rebought for another 10 grand and lost, rebought for the third 10 grand and finally won and broke even. Why am I being taxed? See, because you can't prove I bought the first 10 and lost. So therefore, that's why I don't think they can 1099 you. Same thing with football. You don't know if I lost before and now I'm winning. So you don't know the net because it's not really posted anywhere. That's one of the criticisms crypto has, NFTs or fine art money laundering methods. Crypto's got a lot of criticism. Well, I mean, I guess that's what you got with money laundering. If you need to money launder, I would think casinos are a good way. I mean, I guess, so what are they buying crypto and then selling crypto? Yeah, I guess. Don't know, never money laundered before, but I would think that casinos would be you buy 300. So I go play poker with 300 and then I can cash out 5,000 and they would never know. They wouldn't know what I did. So if I cash out 5,000, they don't know if how I won it or if I brought it or anything. But I'd have to give them the I'd have to get 5,000 in coin, in chips, and then go play quarter blackjack and then go cash it out. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I got to think about it, but you just got to be patient with it. Here's $2,000 and here's another, and give you $2,000 and give Bobby $2,000 and, somehow get cash and then go buy gold. That'd be interesting. But who needs the money launder? Just buy gold and then wait, it goes up and then you made money. You don't have to money launder to do that. I remember reading a story where a woman took a guy for everything in a divorce. Before it settled, he went to the casino and documented him being there and tried to confuse the court and hold the money. Well, he could just say, I don't have any assets, right? So he goes to the casino. She gets his assets, but he doesn't have any, I guess. Is that what we're saying? And documented him being there and tried to confuse the court and hold the money. I don't know why the casino would hold the money, or did he hold the money? Yeah, that's why you don't get married. I'm still trying to find one advantage of getting married, because you're going to meet another girl, and in our world of competition, there's 5 good-looking girls that you want to be with. So why would you settle on one? And then there's the divorce factor where they divorce you for the money. What's the benefit? The sex? But you got 5 girls you can have sex with. Why do I need to be married to have sex with the girl? So I just don't see the value in getting married. I really don't understand it. Even if it's the one, so you date her more often, but I don't really get why you would. I mean, but you gotta be smart to date 3 or 4 girls at the same time and let them compete for you. That's really the key to it, right? So you have other girlfriends and you're getting your sex that way. The rest of it, you're not going to talk sports or gold with them. So, and then you get divorced, you go with the money. So I don't get where it's beneficial. I don't think it'll work, but it did make the case more complicated. Yes, he tried to make it look like he lost it all in gambling losses, but he still had it hidden. I think he got caught up spending money he couldn't account for years later. Then what he did popped out in court hearings. So all of a sudden he bought a nice car for $50,000, but he didn't have income, so he couldn't show where he got the money to buy it because he supposedly was broke from going to the casino. That's what usually happens. That's why you launder the money, because So you get all this drug money, you get 100 grand in drug money, but you report no taxes. So how did you buy a Mercedes, or how do you live in a $500,000 house when you don't have an income? That's how they get you. So you need income. So they launder the money to make it look legit, even though you don't have a business. And then you got 500 grand, then you pay the tax on it. And then you can go buy the car or the house saying, look, I own a real estate company. That's where I made my money, even though you don't. And it's all from drugs. So I think a lot of companies do that. Yes, Professor. If I recall, that's what happened. I thought it was a nice try, though. I wish you would have worked these chicks just sit around and then steal men's money. Well, but that's what all girls want is, like my Russian girl says, I feel safe with you. And my Ukrainian one likes the fact I take care of her. She needs money for food. I send her money for food. So they're both using me for different reasons. And then I use them for, my reasons. And we both use each other, but that's how marriage is, right? You use the wife for sex. God knows you don't want to have a conversation with them. Let's talk gold, honey. Let's talk football, or I'm going to play poker. Unless you get the rare girl who's into that stuff. They don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about whatever the hell they're talking about. And you see another girl, you go, oh, she's pretty too. Because there's a million pretty girls, and that's my point, the competition. It's like there's a lot of restaurants. Why would you want to eat at one restaurant when there's 20 that you want to eat at? So there's a lot of girls that you'd like to talk to and spend time with. And why would you want to be with one who's going to get extremely jealous if you talk to another one? What the fuck is it? What kind of life is that? And then she catches you with it. She wants a divorce. She takes half your money. Well, why are you entitled to my money? That's what I earn. Why, where does that come from? So, I mean, what's the benefit, right? The sex, but wait, if you have 5 girlfriends, you can have sex with 5 different girls. What do I need one for? I mean, really, what else is there in the marriage? Oh, you love her? Well, you can still love her as your girlfriend. So I don't really get it. So let's go to the hot tub. There's this guy who kind of friends with, but not really. He comes up to me and I haven't seen him in a year or two. And he says, oh, I'm going to get married in 2024. And I don't know what he was expecting, why he was even telling me, probably because I'm an IMFJ. And you know what my response was? Why? Why are you getting married? He couldn't answer. He says, because I love her. And I go, okay, but why are you getting married then? So you love her. Why would you marry her? Why don't just go spend time? It's like me with the Ukrainian one. I have love for her. She loves me, but I don't need to marry her. We're going on another trip. She wants to come here. She comes here. I would move there, but I'm not going to live in the middle of a war. But we don't need to get married, because we enjoy each other and we love each other. But I still have the Russian girl, and the Romanian one's my best friend. And, so is that a reason to get married because you love the girl? How long is that going to last? And then if I meet somebody else, I don't have to pay her $100,000 to divorce me, right? So that's really the kicker. Why do you get married? I mean, because now it's a legal thing, right? Now you got to divorce her, and then you got to give her half your money and go to Vegas and all this bullshit. You give up a lot of freedoms. So that's really, you have to find a girl you can be yourself with and not give up any freedoms. And those are very rare to find. I kind of put it all up front. This is what I like to do. I bet football, I play poker, yada, yada, yada. And if they don't like it, we don't even start. So they know that about me going up. You're not going to change me. I'm not going to stop betting football and handicapping, and I'm not going to stop playing poker. So that's the first thing right off the bat. Then she tells me her shit, which I don't care. and off we go. And we live kind of our separate lives together. And that's all you do with it. So there's no, then maybe you marry, like, I got married, but I never should have. I just felt I needed to be it for companionship and stuff, all the wrong reasons. So that's what you have. But the kid just looked at me in shock, like, why are you getting married? I love her. Okay, but why are you getting married? And he couldn't really answer it. Now I see him in the hot tub, he just looks away, and I don't pay any attention to him. I kind of see him in the tub. You walk into the tub, you see who's there. But I just walk in, sit down, and maybe I'll talk to somebody, but probably not. And I'm fine with that. I've grown with my I am FJ. Now that I know what I am, I don't need that shit. So I see then I see him with his girlfriend. I just laugh, like, she's not really that attractive. Like, okay, really, you're gonna marry, but you're waiting until 2024, and yeah, good luck with that. And then you're gonna see this other girl who's a lot more attractive. What are you gonna do? You telling me you're not gonna pay attention to that? Really? Okay. I'm not talking about in a marriage, though. I wish I would have worked these chicks just sit around and then steal money. No, I know. I'm just saying, why get married, right? So the chicks just sit around and then steal a man's money. Okay. Yeah, I mean, chicks do that. That's what chicks do. That's why they all get into the sex business, right? The strippers, the porn. Chicks do that. Guys don't do that. Chicks do that. And, you're wondering, why don't you just date these guys and take their money that way? Why do you need to be a stripper or in porn to make money? It just doesn't make any sense to me, because then they go spend they don't have it. So that's why it's hard to get out of those businesses, because you make a lot of money. And then what are you going to do? You can't retire because it's golden, it's golden handcuff. You got to keep doing it to make the money, because you're not smart enough to keep the money and buy gold with the money that you make. And then you don't have to work anymore, but they're not that smart. That's why they should just date rich guys and ask them for money and gold and jewelry. And the guy will do it. And then you don't even have to work. Then it's a piece of cake, and you date 10 guys and you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to get married, and you don't have to worry. It's not a job. You just date the guys and go do your thing. But the girls aren't that smart. They need to listen to the professor, but that's, but it's only girls that do that. How many guys go into stripping and porn? I mean, guys go into porn for the sex. They don't do it for the money. I think for some reason my comment got deleted. We'll try again to post right now. It was in between steal men's money and talking about a marriage. That happened with Bobby. Bobby wrote a message that I didn't see either about Mississippi. So he wrote it. Maybe, I don't know, do you have to press enter? Maybe you guys write it and don't press enter. I don't know, because I never do a message. Yeah, that's what I just said, Bobby. I wondered what he was talking about. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. No, they may very well be censoring. Usually I get it. I'm disappointed the professor deleted out message. I didn't delete out a message. I can't delete out a message unless I delete you. I just reposted it with repost. Did you not see that one? No, I didn't see that one. The last one I saw you. No, they may very well be censoring. I think for some reason my comment got deleted. Yeah, I have no control over this, Bobby. The only control I have is if I get somebody who doesn't think you're real, I can then delete them. I don't delete them. I just silence them. So I can say, we don't want to hear from you anymore. You're still in the conversation, but you can't comment. That's what I can do. But again, I don't see it, Phil. I just reposted it with repost. Did you not see that one? No. The last one I see is no. They may very well be censoring. It was in between steal men's money and talking about in a marriage. I don't think I saw that. I wish it would have worked. These chicks just see, and then it says around, and then steal men's money. So sounds like there's something missing. ET admins can delete chats, comments. One of our words triggered an algorithm. Okay. Well, I would think if you said something, something real bad, that they might, but I don't know that there's anybody watching us. Like you said, it might be an algorithm if this word's used not to post it. But just email it to me. Because normally what I'll get is, like, if somebody swears, it'll be yes or no for me. Do you want to show it or not? That's what I normally get. And then I go, yes, I don't care. But usually if you say, a swear word, then I am yes or no. No, it doesn't have to be bad. It can be as simple as saying, men can't give birth in this day and age. Well, that actually went through. So maybe if it's one of those homophobe words or racial words, stuff like that. Maybe like the N word would be, that might be deleted out, not by me. But no, I don't delete anything. Well, I only block, I don't delete. But you always see that, and then it says Bobby's not real, and then I say, okay, take a hike. But it still gets posted because I don't control that. Yeah, I heard that YouTube looks for keywords. Well, I'm sure all of them do. According to my girlfriend in Russia, she said if you do like, what is it, LBQGLAWS type of things, that they can fine you 800,000 rubles. So if you were to make some comment about, those people, they could fine you 800,000 rubles. And I'm like, okay, then we won't say it. But I text her, on WhatsApp all the time, and we get pretty raunchy. No, it was an outrageous censor, nothing like dropping slurs or even close. They are just out of control at YouTube. That's why they are hated. Yeah. Well, I don't like all the commercials, I'll tell you that. That's why Odyssey, Rumble, BitChute, DLive, Rockfin, and many others exist now when they didn't 4 years ago. People are tired of their censorship. I'll have to try some of those. Are those like YouTube's? Maybe we can do the videos there. BitChute, never heard of these. Odyssey. Do they have like highlights and shows on that? We can watch wrestling there without the commercials. Last night, Bobby, I found a Rock one, so I did like the Rock's Genesis. So it was like 25 minutes of the Rock, like where he first started to where he is now. So you'd have probably liked that one, Bobby. Well, try typing it again in a different way, Phil, without some of the words, or change the words around. Now I'm curious what you wrote. They have less commercials, yes. More freedom of topics, unlike here. See, now what I'm curious is how do you get them though? Are they website? Yeah, go ahead. Try to rephrase it. Well, most of your stuff goes through. So, although what Bobby sent about Mississippi, I didn't get why that didn't go through. He didn't say anything bad there. See, what bothers me is when I log in and to do this, it'll say for kids, and I'll say no, it's for adults. So I purposely click off. It's not for kids, because if it is, then I don't even know if we can do the live chat. But I say not for kids. Now, in my mind, kids can still watch this, but we'll see. But I don't know. Me and Professor take different approaches with females. I'm not buying them anything. They can enjoy me or they can't hit the bricks, but I'm not taking them out to dinner, not buying them clothes, etc. Okay, reworded there. Well, I'm just being nice. It's just my nature. Like I give everybody the Super Bowl pick. Well, I didn't have to, but I was being nice so they'd make money. It's the same with the girl. I'm just being nice with them. And mostly I'm going to dinner, right? So they're coming with. I don't mind the company. Well, but they enjoy me. It's part of the enjoyment. We enjoy each other, then we go out to eat or we'll go shopping. I don't really, but it's not right away. It's after a while when we're comfortable with each other. I don't take strangers out. I mean, I've known Jenna, God, probably 10 years. And Daria, probably 6 or 7, my Russian. So I've known these girls for a long time. Jenna, like I said, I take on vacation. But I don't need to take her on. I could go on a vacation by myself. I could go to Amsterdam and pay 60 euros to meet the girls there. But I'd rather go with the girl that I already know, that I'm comfortable with. But that's fine. I mean, I don't mind that. That's just part of being nice to them, appreciating them, saying, I love you, I like you, whatever. But, not necessarily marrying them. If it's working for you, good, Professor, but you know what they say with them. Nice guys finish last, especially with the other species. Well, yes. Whatever finishing last means. But it depends what you want and the girls. I'm not buying them anything. So when you go on a date, do you not go to dinner? Or what type of girls are we talking then? I'm talking like girlfriends. I'm going to take them to dinner. It's their birthday. Girls in Amsterdam, I'm not going to dinner with either. Drinks or coffee. Well, what if you're hungry? So you want to eat, right? So you go to the deli, I don't know. It all depends if you want company or not. And what you want out of the girl, how serious you want with her. Jenna wouldn't stick around if I didn't take her to dinner in Portugal, or if I meet her in Odessa and we didn't go out to dinner. I mean, that's kind of crazy. They can buy their own meal like I do. Oh, okay. That I get. But you're going to limit the competition then for you. Depending on the girl, if the girl's pretty, she's probably used to guys treating her. So she might not want, she's going to say, well, no, you gotta treat for dinner. But I've always treated for dinner. I never thought it was a big deal. But that's fine. I mean, whatever. I don't think Ukrainian Russian girls don't have as much money. They're poorer than a U.S. girl, let's say. So if I meet a girl in the Ukraine, more than likely she doesn't have money for dinner. But if she's pretty enough and she's nice enough, yeah, I'd probably want to make her happy, pay for the meal, and then then go have an enjoyable evening with her. So I guess it just depends that if you can do that without buying them dinner. I would think you're more limited in your choices. I think less of the real pretty girls probably get their meals paid for. So I don't know that you're probably cutting down on who you can get because that's what they're used to. You know, and then just because I've taken girls out, bought them dinner, and didn't get anything, or vice versa. So, yeah, I guess it depends. If you meet a wealthy girl, well, maybe she'll pay for you. That'll be better, Phil. You let them buy the dinner. But when I'm dealing with the Ukrainian, Russian girls, they don't have any money to take me to dinner. And if I want to be friends with them and spend time with them, I'm going to take them. I'm going to treat them for dinner. That's fine with me. They can spend other guys' money. Yeah, I understand. There's always choices with competition, and that's the beauty of competition. So you want to be a monopoly, Phil, where it's you or nobody, your way or the highway. That would be good. Do they not have the money, or do they just not want to spend their own money? Well, I know my Ukrainian girl doesn't have money. My Russian girl works, but I mean, she might have some money. I mean, they might have some money. I don't really ask. I don't really get into that. The Romanian one, Carmen, she dresses nice. I can't imagine she does not have money. So with her, she won't spend any. But I think the Ukrainian and the Russian, I don't think the Ukrainian has much. And I think the Russian might have some, but we know they're living in poor countries. We know they're not, IT finance type of people making 100 grand. But I'm sure they have boys helping them out, giving them a little bit of money on the side anyway. I mean, I'm not naive, but that's okay. I don't mind that, but I won't buy them a car or a house. Here's $100. Let's go have dinner. So it's nickel dime. To me, it's nickel dime. I'm not paying them a lot, but I believe that I don't believe Jenna's got money. Like she'll say, without you, I can't go see my son in Poland. I would think she doesn't have money. The girl in Russia, hard to say. Not really sure, but we will see when we meet. They have Lambo taste with a VW budget. It's a bit ridiculous to me. Well, yeah, I mean, my Romanian one, I bitched at her because she'll buy $20 drink. We'll go get sushi and I'll pay for it. And then she gets the $20 drinks. And I go, next time you get a $20 drink, you're paying. I'm not going to pay for it. Then that's where I draw the line. It's one thing when, you can tell the way they order, they're being respectful and not, doing that, or where they would come out with their own money saying, how about if I pay for the drink? Okay, that would be fine. And I have a girl here who will do that. She said, I'll buy the drinks, or she's very conscious of having me spend a lot of money on her. She doesn't want me to. So I don't think the Russian, Ukrainian ones, I don't think they're scamming me. The Romanian one, yes, I think she is, obviously, but the others, I don't. They're very well. The Ukrainian one, like I said, I've been on a lot of trips with her. I've never seen where she's really taking advantage But no, they don't really offer, like she doesn't offer to pay for money. And I kind of watch where maybe she'd be in a situation she might have money, but she doesn't pay for it. So I don't think she's got a lot of money. But I don't think anybody in the Ukraine, unless they're in the mafia, have a lot of money. And I don't think she's in the mafia. I can tell by the way she lives and where she lives. She doesn't have a car, but well, she says she doesn't have a car. Russians will find out. We'll go from there. But that's like we said, we don't know people until we spend time with them in their city and everything to really understand. Or is everybody strangers? We don't really know if they're friends or strangers, if they're showing us everything or not. So really, everybody's stranger. They're hiding something. But I'm probably a pretty good character with my personality to know if either of those girls were rich, right? Something would come out that I would catch. So I don't see that. The Romanian one just dresses too nice, looks too nice. She's obviously, I think she's got 10 guys helping her. I'm not stupid and naive there. There you go, Professor. Yes, when they order $20 drinks, they are being disrespectful. Well, exactly. And I cut her off, and that's why I don't see her anymore. I went to the Ukrainian and Russian one, and the Ukrainian girl's never been out of line. We'll go to a restaurant. She's not ordering the most expensive things. We went to a grocery store, for example, in Lisbon, and she got these prawns, which I guess are like shellfish or shrimp. It's more European. And they were very cheap. She didn't get lobsters or things like that. She didn't order champagne. She got a bottle of wine that was $5. We went and got perfume. I bought her. We were there Thanksgiving time, so it was for Christmas. And she didn't get the most expensive perfume or the biggest size. It was like she could have got the one for $1.25. She said, no, it's too expensive. And I got her the one for $75. And I was perfectly fine to give her a Christmas gift, right? And, I had no problem with that. But I don't think she was being outrageous there. Then she bought like a $15 sweater or something because she lives in the Ukraine. So I didn't really, I'm fine with that. I think it's okay. It's fine with me. The $20 drinks are where I draw the limit. When I think you're taking advantage of me, then I have a problem. But I didn't feel that from the Ukraine girl. Like I said, I was going to meet the Russian girl and then the fucking war breaks out. So we'll have to figure it out. Another girl I know from Russia is in Turkey now. And so I tell my girl, I said, well, I know Russians can go to Turkey. Why don't we meet there? And then the earthquake happens. So I go to this other girl who's in Turkey. I go, are you okay? Yeah, the earthquake was in a different city. I'm fine. And she's out by a lake or something. And I'm seeing her and I'm like, oh, okay. So she's doing that. So I'm like, well, let's meet in Turkey then. So we'll see. But a few months away. So basically, I'm just waiting for gold to go up, and then we'll go on all these nice trips, and we'll be able to afford it very easily. So that's what I'm waiting for. So in the meantime, I got enough to pay the bills and that, and then I got all my extra money in my IRAs, and then all my gold. So I'm well ready to retire, and I'm enjoying not going to bed and not waking up when I want, do our class, go swim, and I'm fine with it all. I go, this is nice to not have to worry about work. Although I do have an interview tomorrow, but I don't know how serious to take these interviews. I don't know if I really want to go back to work. I'm getting paid because I worked since I was 16. So no, it's not $10,000 a month like it probably should be, but it's enough to pay all the expenses, so I don't have to take money out of my bank. So I'm perfectly fine, and I can go meet the girls, and it's not a big deal. So I'll have to see. But yeah, I'm pretty good at, again, with my personality, judging people. So I don't get that Jenna is taking advantage of me. The other girl in Russia will have to meet and see. I don't think she is either. I don't get from her, but maybe you never know. She wants me to come to Russia to meet her, not meet her elsewhere. And all I can think about is they got to be scared if they meet a guy for the first time. I'm not trying to do anything bad to them, with all the horror stories where they take the passports and they, prostitute them and everything. And I'm like, I'm not like that. Don't worry, you're safe. And I think she realizes that. But I know a lot of these girls want to meet you first in their city, and they bring their cousin or their sister. Then they see you're okay, what you really are, and then they're fine. Spring training in 9 days. Hope we have class during baseball season in the NBA. I don't know how much about, so you won't bet much on it. NHL, I do, but I don't think you do. I don't bet NHL, a little basketball, a little baseball, not much. Football's the one where I go play poker. Well, you said, regarding NHL, I don't know any players in the NHL. You never really could bet it because I like football. You're laying 7 and I can tease it and then I can play with the numbers. Hockey's mostly money line, although I think now you lay a goal and a half or 2 goals, but I don't know how you do that in hockey. I just never really analyzed hockey. Basketball is too much, but I do bet the playoffs. Like I said, we had the big bet on Golden State last year after they lost game 1, had to win game 2. And that's when I jumped on them, and we won by 40 points. So I'll do that, but I don't need to bet. If I bet the football, and then I'll play poker. That's really what I like to do, so I'm fine with that. Bobby, just bet on Mets, Pirates, Marlins, and Orioles. Well, are you still playing for those teams, Bobby, or what? If you're on the Mets or the Pirates, I could see betting them. But knowing us, we'd bet against it because you'd be fixing the games, going, okay, and you'd go tell Barry, okay, lay down. We got to lose this game for the professor, and he'll make some bets for us. Phil, it is the toughest sport to bet for me because I like watching it more than basketball. I did bet against the Orioles like 50 times last year. It was nice, Bobby. Well, Bobby played. He just didn't play as Bobby Bowe. He played as another player. You didn't really know it was Bobby out there. But that's exactly what you do, Phil. You look for the weak team, and then you bet against them like the Tigers. You make a lot of money betting against the Tigers every year. Phil, I am in a nice market for baseball here. I get Phillies, Washington, Baltimore. Of course, I can get any game I want, but nice when it's on regular. Yeah, I would never buy, even for football, I don't buy the package I can get any game. I just watch them on YouTube. In 20 minutes, you see the game. I did that with the Super Bowl, right? I watched the Super Bowl, but then I went on the highlights on YouTube. And I got like the whole game. And, it's 20 minutes. You got to sit through 3 commercials. I hate when they start having the commercials every 3 minutes. You're like, seriously? And then it pisses me off. Like, fuck you. I'm never going to buy that $11 for no commercial. I'd see that's like, unlike Say's Law, demand, and then you come up with the product. Well, what they're doing is saying, we're going to flood it with commercials to get the demand. And that's wrong. I'm not going to buy it because I don't agree with that. You should just, and then they have the commercials at the wrong time. The guy's going back on 4th and 5, and he's just about to throw, and they cut to a commercial. You're like, what the fuck? At least go to the commercial on a break. You don't go in the middle of a play. Oh my God. College football is very emotional, very exciting. I agree. Well, college, Fox has a lot, and ESPN has a lot. There's Big Ten Network. There's a Pac-10. The SEC's on CBS, so it all depends. Most of the big games are on ABC or something. And again, I mean, if I want to watch Army Western Kentucky, I'll go to YouTube and watch the highlights after. Or I'm on Yahoo, refreshing, going, what's the score of the game? Because really, that's all I'm interested in. Phil, T-Mobile gives me the Major League package for free. They are a major sponsor. Gives it to all cell phone subs. Yeah, I don't have T-Mobile. I got Smart Talk. But it's on my regular cable also. Yes, I don't have cable anymore. I have the antenna for all the major networks because it doesn't cost me anything. And I've got Roku, so I got YouTube, and then I got Netflix. And so whatever I want is pretty much on YouTube. And I don't need to watch the games. I can't watch a full football game. It's so hard to watch with all the bullshit in it. I just assume watch the highlights for the 25 minutes and off we go. I stopped watching Major League Baseball since they left me out of the hall. I agree, Bobby. I can't believe you're not in it. And then some of these guys are in it. It's just, you, Barry, McGuire. Why aren't you guys in it? I'm just shocked. And you didn't even do steroids. You should have at least done steroids. And then you could just blame that. I did steroids. That's why I'm not in the Hall of Fame. Phil, sometimes I want to bet like a Charlotte versus Louisiana Tech, and it's tough to find live without Sportsing, which is a website. Useful. It's a website, very useful. I use. Do you need to watch the game live, Charlotte and Louisiana Tech? I mean, you can watch the highlights on that and just go onto your phone on YouTube and go onto Yahoo and you'll see the score. Really, that's all you need to see is just the score. Then if you really get fucked, then you can go onto YouTube and see how you got screwed out of losing by 1 point at the end. Phil, did you see the size of the new bases for Major League Baseball, Bobby? They're the size of pizza boxes. Literally, they made them bigger and more squarish. It's weird. Oh, yeah, and they probably have pepperoni on them, too. Maybe they just coaxed by them. I don't like what baseball is doing. What is the point of the pitch clock? What the fuck is that for? No, it's more fun to watch live. Plus, I can live bet while watching, but no, I don't have to watch it live, Professor. You're right. I guess it depends. See, I'd rather buy my girl dinner than watch a game that I have to pay for on cable. But no, I mean, I'm way past it. I just watch YouTube. Fortunately, I was able to get Fox. It was weird. I couldn't get Fox where I have the TV now. It wouldn't even come in when I did the channel search. I put it in the bedroom because there's brick wall in front of my house, my apartment, and Fox shows up, and I watched the one of the playoff rounds in my bedroom. And I said, well, this is ridiculous because I want to be out here. And so I moved the TV back, and Fox's channel stayed, but my antenna sucks. But I found a place to put the antenna where I was able to watch the game. So it was kind of cool. But, yeah, I'm glad because I couldn't get Fox, and all the football games were on it. I'm like, what the fuck? But, yeah, I think for me, it's the idea of picking the winner is much more valuable than, the bet itself is winning the bet. Is going out, picking it, and then saying, look, and then going, yep, I picked the winner. I think that means more to me than anything. Because if we really want to understand it, I'm fucking predicting the future. And I do it very, very well. Pitch cock, base size, and large, several limiting shifts, even more than last year. We shall see what baseball is like this year. I mean, it makes you not want to watch it, right? Because if you watched it with Mantle and Mays and those guys, and then in the 70s, and then not much in the 80s till Bobby and Barry came in and McGuire, that's the problem. I'm used to watching football the way it was in the 70s and 80s in Montana and Emmett and those guys. That's what I like, and I enjoy it. And now you're making it like it's not what I'm used to. I don't want the change. I don't like the change. What's the point of the change? And that's really where I go is who I don't want to see that. There's nothing wrong with it to change it. Why do you have a pitch clock or a pitch count for that matter? What is that? I used to love betting OKC Thunder back when they had KD and Westbrook. Well, you probably bet them over every time with those two guys. Great offense and no defense. You're betting the Kansas City Chiefs. Phil, they swear young people will watch more with these changes. I really doubt it will work like that. Maybe just have a home run derby for every game. What's next? Well, in football, I'm waiting for them to wear the quarterbacks wear dresses and flag football. Phil, I always thought that commercial of KD cleaning guitars with no ladder was funny. That would be nice. Yeah. Well, see, that's the problem. They want to cater to the kids who don't have any interest in it. You look now, when I was growing up, and probably you guys, I mean, I played baseball in high school and, all the way up till 16, 17. And now half of them don't have baseball fields. They just got soccer fields on them. Like, good luck finding a baseball field. Some high schools do, I guess. The kids, they're trying to weed them into soccer because that's the big game. Well, that's because in Europe and like, Brazil, they don't have baseball and football. They can't afford it. How hard is it to buy a soccer ball and have 20 guys kick it around? You don't need a net. You don't need anything. So it's a poor man's game, and they're trying to push soccer. And if you notice, baseball is very different. It's becoming all Latin American. You don't have the Europeans. You don't have much U.S. people playing baseball anymore. It's mostly Latin American guys. So it's ridiculous. But in my mind, I just don't see I don't like the changes. They're changing when they don't need to. They need Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays. They need that type of player in the league. Koufax, Gibson, somebody who you turn it on to watch. There's nobody I would turn it on to watch. So therefore, I don't see it. There's no Bobby Orr to watch or Lemieux or those guys, Gordie Howe. So what am I watching hockey for? If I can even find when it's on and what channel it's on, which is the other. You took Don Cherry away. He was the best part of hockey was Don Cherry. So what are you doing? So, it's just very ridiculous what it is. And it's very hard to watch. It's really football. You really watch it because of the bets, right? I mean, that's mostly why I've watched football my whole life is because I bet on it since I was, 9, 10 years old. So you would bet on it. You'd watch your bet. You'd make your money that, okay, I'm making money betting. I'll keep doing it. And off you go. See, I don't know people that lose money betting would keep betting. If I don't, I'm not a good tennis player. I don't play it. I play golf, but I'm very good at golf. So I play golf. I'm good at it. Fine. Tennis, I'm not good at it. I don't care. Or like my racquetball story, playing this guy who was an A player, cracking everything out. I walked off the court. This is the most boring thing in the world. I'm not sitting here. I'm not going to compete with that. I don't know how to crack it out. I'm not an A player. If you want to enjoy and have a good competitive game and not crack everything out, we can play. If you're going to do this shit, I'm not going to play because it's boring, right? If you don't make it competitive, it's boring. I don't want anything to do with it. So that's basically what it is. So if I can't win betting football, I don't do it. If I can't win playing poker, I don't play. Hockey, I have no idea. Basketball, maybe, but it's every day. I need the rest. I need to look at a game on it for this Sunday, right? I need to look at, okay, the Bears are playing San Francisco. I got a week to figure out the game, right? And then I go figure it. Well, basketball, I got a game yesterday. They're playing today. Now I got to go and go every day to look at basketball, it's just really too much. Baseball, I don't mind. I can analyze that real quickly by looking at the pitches, but I don't know. What am I going to look at in basketball? So I'm never bet it except for the playoffs when it gives you a chance to look at the series and then make your bets and bet the loser back. That's usually been my forte, is when the team needs the game. That's when you bet it. Hey, Ryan, if there should be any changes in sports, it should be NFL overtime. It's really good that there is ties. They can't figure something out, so there is a winner. Well, I don't mind a tie. I was watching Michigan, Ohio State, 10-10 tie. And then I found the Notre Dame, Michigan State, 1966 game, 10-10 tie. Those are fine. I don't mind there's a tie. As long as they play the 60 minutes is what I care about. But I don't mind the tie. But I don't like the college rules are ridiculous. Well, you won't kick off. We'll give you the ball at the 25. What the fuck is that? That's ridiculous. That should be, if you're going to play it, then play it. Kick it off. First team that scores, it should be sudden death. Kick it off. First team that scores wins. That's how pro football should be. This shouldn't be the Peyton Manning pussy rule where they go, well, Brady went down and scored. Peyton didn't have his turn. He had a whole fucking game to win it. What are you talking about? Didn't have his turn. Brady went down, scored a touchdown. Game's over. Oh, now we need. They scored a touchdown. Now they got to come back. What does that make? Doesn't make any sense. Well, yeah, but we hurt Peyton Manning's feelings. He didn't get the ball. Well, maybe his defense needs to play better. That was just ridiculous. I thought that they should have a turn. No, they shouldn't have a turn. They had 60 minutes. Then you have sudden death overtime. But in a regular season, I don't care if there's ties. It doesn't matter. Now it's really stupid. The 10-minute rule is even more stupid. One guy drives down. That's ridiculous. I don't like NFL overtime. I don't like college. They should kick off if they even have it. And I think they should only have it in the playoffs, not, if Purdue's playing Illinois and it's 20-20 at the end of the game, game's over. That's that. You had 60 minutes, game's over. Phil, I've said that before, Ryan. Professor does not support us. I hate ties also. Bobby, Professor, forget Bobby Orr. It's ORR, Bobby. Not ORE. He's not Iron Orr. He's Bobby Orr. It's all about Bobby Bo. I'm the head Bobby. Well, no offense, Bobby, but he's the hockey. He's the hockey Bobby Bonilla. But it's ORR. Only you could pronounce Bobby Orr, ORE. Bobby thinks he's a famous rower. Oh, I guess just too much. Well, maybe he thinks he's Bo Jackson. He keeps saying Bobby Bo. So I think he thinks he's Bo Jackson. Did you play football too, Bobby? Were you a running back for the Oakland Raiders that we don't know about? I think you could have played two sports. You have the build for it. Funny. So I've been watching the World War II thing on Netflix, just writing notes down, getting ready for what's going to happen. So let's see, we'll go to concentration camps. We need to make sure we have enough food, not go to Russia. It could be cold in the winter. All this stuff. Oh, man, what a bunch of fucking crazies with World War II. But the Hitler-like here is Putin. And then, and they were talking about keeping away from the communists. And I got this idiot in the pool being a communist. I'm like, if I ever talk to him again, I'm calling him Joe Stalin. And I say, hey, Joe, how you doing, man? How many people are you going to murder today? Who would not only be a communist, but say they're communist? Yeah, I'm a communist. Who would fucking say that? What are they, nuts? And what are we, a bunch of idiots going, oh, wow, you're a communist. Oh, my God, I want to be friends with you. Oh, my God. I'll never talk to that guy again. He can talk to me. I won't talk to him. I won't acknowledge him ever again. You're a communist. Okay, and you're proud of it. You're proud that you're a fucking murderer. Okay. Oh my God. At least we talk common sense here. Buy your gold to protect yourself. It's not a political thing. It's a fucking fact of life. All right, I'm at 4 hours, so I don't know what to say. How old was the commie, by the way, Professor? Old enough to know better, I reckon. Let's say he had this little girl who was 2 or 3. He looks like late 30s, if I were to guess. I think he was married and divorced. And now he's got this little girl. He wears those stupid things in his ears, those black circles. All right, that tells you a lot right there. If you're gonna, then put an earring in, like Bobby would wear, one of these diamond earrings. But I would say he's 35 to 40, at least, somewhere in that neighborhood. Again, he keeps saying it's for the laborer, for the worker. He keeps thinking it's for the worker. I thought that was on a Seinfeld episode where that's what George kept saying. But the worker's fine in a capitalist system. He makes what his skill set is. Look at how much money Bobby made. The owner didn't keep all the money. Somehow Bobby got paid to play baseball and a lot of money. So what the fuck's this guy talking about? Phil, okay. Okay, probably indoctrinated by the modern academia. Yeah, he's probably, like I said, 35, 40. And from what I can tell now, talking to some of these lifeguards who are like 18, 19, 20, they are learning socialism in high school. And they think it's good. And they go, look at Canada. And I go, what about Canada? Canada's not a great socialist country. If he was older, I would have said he was some old hippie type. Yeah, I think he is some old hippie type, but he looks, like I said, 35 to 40. Again, he's more thin with the stupid things in his ears. So wherever you put who would wear the stupid things in their ears? Little black circles. The first time I saw that, some guy had these big rings in his ears with the big, what the fuck is that? Yeah, that's cool. Oh my God. I don't understand why guys put like diamond earrings in their ears. It's like, dude, you're a guy. You don't wear earrings. What the fuck? So, but that's just me. I got my necklace and I got my gold and silver, which I don't wear. I don't put them in my shirt going, look, I got gold and silver. Oh my God. I haven't looked at those with a college degree obtained recently with very high esteem for a while. I agree with you, Phil. I'm sitting in the hot tub. Now, you guys have seen me for a long time now. And if I came up to you in a hot tub, you'd probably listen. You go, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Let me listen to him. Maybe I can learn something, as what we're doing now. And these guys in the hot tub, you think would see me going, oh, he's talking gold. Maybe I can learn something, or health, or maybe he's saving me from diabetes by telling me to fast and not eat sugar. Maybe, and then he's showing me the doctor on YouTube. Going, look, it's not me. Watch this guy. But you'd think they would be smart enough to understand that. I know I would. If some guy who I thought was intelligent was in the hot tub talking about something. Now, if he was talking against gold and silver and he was talking Bitcoin, I probably wouldn't listen to him. I might listen to him to say why, but I wouldn't go out and buy it, right? But I don't know. These people are too stupid to do anything. So it's hard to say, but the older people are just fucking clueless, and the kids are swimming around. They're off in the clouds somewhere. These people, they're all a bunch of morons, and they're all gonna get crushed when the dollar collapses. And I'm just gonna sit there and go, oh well, I tried telling you, you didn't want to listen. Oh, too bad. Don't expect me to save you now. I gotta go save Bobby and his family from the gold. Yeah, but that's it. They're just not learning anything. And so the problem is they learn the wrong things, right? They learn gold and silver aren't good. So when you talk to them about it, their teacher's telling them no, and they're listening to the teacher because their brain will I remember my kid, she was about 9 or 10, and she sneezed into her elbow. And I go, "What are you doing?" And she says, "Well, that's how they taught me in class." I said, "No, you get a Kleenex and you sneeze into your hand into the Kleenex." Who's teaching you this? And she wouldn't change. She kept sneezing into her elbow. And I'm like, it's fucking gross. So what do you now? You got snot all over your clothes? Like, are you gonna go wash your elbow off? Or if you got a shirt on, you're gonna wash the shirt? Who's sneezing your elbow? So, and this is the problem, but the kids get so brainwashed, they got to listen to the teacher. And if the teacher said that gold and silver are bad, they're going to say gold and silver are bad. They won't, they're too indoctrinated into just listening to what your teacher says, and that's it. And I think that's the real problem. So I feel for the future. These kids are just too fucking stupid. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm at the 4-hour mark, so I'm starting to see 2 computers. So, quick dinner and off to the pool, the hot tub. Libs of TikTok documents it well. I don't know. What do you? You're starting to be like Bobby. What is libs of TikTok documents it well? Oh, libs. Yeah, and they don't teach them about gold and silver either. Well, they haven't. I learned in the 90s, and they teach like the guys talking about elastic or inelastic and elastic. I don't know what that means. I know one of them means like you stretch a rubber band and then it, I don't know what that means or what's the purpose of it in economics. There is no purpose. I think what the point was, something you can sell for anything because you must have it versus the other, you've got to be careful on the price. But that's not what they said. And I do it like this. Here's the market. If you go over, you can't sell it. And if you go over, you raise the price, but you can't put the price here and have the market go up. That's what they're saying, but it's confusing versus what I'm saying. But if it's gas, you can't put gas here. You can put gas here because we need it. But again, it's still going to be what the market says. They probably advising these kids to be 100% in cash. I doubt they're even talking to them about it. They're just idiots. They're probably saying, go talk to your financial planner in high school. They would call gold and silver white supremacy or something, I'm sure. Well, not if Mayweather has gold, then it can't be. Or Mr. T. Anyway, that's the problem. And well, what they're not teaching is to be open-minded, is to listen, is to be courteous to people, is to listen to people. If somebody wants to have a conversation, he's not a stranger. I mean, why are they even thinking that, oh, you're a stranger, I won't listen to you? Why am I a stranger? You see me here in the hot tub every fucking day. Why don't you come over and say hello? I mean, it's like, oh, I'm a stranger. That's why I talk to the lifeguards. I see them every day. I say hi, and some of them are nice, so I talk to them. Bob, yeah, I wonder if Money Mayweather has medals. Well, he's got the gold. That's what Phil brought up. He bought this gold necklace for $1 million or something, but it had this diamond. It had 300 diamonds in it or something. So yeah, he did wear gold, but it was a necklace. But he still bought gold with it. He will change his name to Metal Mayweather instead of Money Mayweather. Well, it should be Gold Mayweather. But yeah, he was wearing a gold necklace. So all we know is Mr. T. Now, did Mr. T wear real gold or was it fake gold? Because he wore a lot of gold chains, and he should have bought gold coins instead of the jewelry. Mr. T. And then he'd walk into the ring with the little plastics, the 20 count gold and silver, in a belt like the utility belt of Batman. And he'd have all the little gold, 20 little gold ounces in each one. And he could have laid it on, when he fought, he could have taken it off, put it in the corner, and then put it back on. That should have been his gold and silver instead of the fucking gold chains. That would have been funny, Mr. T. Good. It's Rocky's on Netflix. I watched the first one's the only good one. Rocky 2 is so boring in the middle, and then he beats Apollo. Like, really, he's going to beat Apollo. And then I watched the third one with Mr. T, and it was like, I don't care. After seeing Mr. T and WrestleMania, and then I was like, okay, this guy, there's no way this guy, he would be afraid of this guy. You got to be kidding. So it lost all its character because now you see Mr. T's this little guy, and you're like, okay, fuck that. I can't watch 3. I can't watch 4. And after that, I don't want to watch. So really, the first one was the only good one. Phil, that would be funny, but less flashy. Well, yeah. His goal was most likely fake. Yeah, probably. Well, he probably wasn't smart enough to buy real gold. But, well, no, he could still wear like couple of gold chains, but then he'd have his utility belt of gold. Of the white gold, or maybe he could just put them in with the gold, like I have the casino holders, and just have all the gold like that. Then that would be flashy. And then Bobby would be sitting ringside, going, "Wow, he's got the kangaroos, and he's got the Chinese guy, and he's got the Russian gold, and he's got the maple leaf gold." That would be Bobby's utility belt. He'd have each of the different countries in silver around his utility belt. So you could do that for playing baseball. Bobby would have like a little necklace, or his wristband would be in gold and silver. Oh God, that would be funny. Only when you got to first base, you know how they take off the glove and the batting helmet and they give it to the kid, and then you put on your sliding glove and your helmet. Well, Bobby wouldn't give the money. He wouldn't give the gold to the kid. He'd keep the gold. He'd keep the gold on him. It'd still be on his side. He wouldn't. He couldn't part with it. That'd be hilarious. All right, boys. 4 hours is my limit. I will see you later. Again, www.teaserking.com. If you guys want to email me or any questions or comments. Bobby, I put 2 videos, Phil, in the beginning of this thing is 2 videos from our England friend who says we have a month and prices will go up and the whole thing. So it's a very good thing. Or you can see where his you can watch his video. I think I posted that. But this is the video you need to watch. So it's this one, The Truth About Russia's Gold, on Jay Taylor's Media, who I've never heard of before. I didn't particularly like Jay Taylor, but I was watching for our guy. So it's an hour long, but he's on the first half hour, so it's just a half hour. So I put 2 small videos, about 4 minutes, just to get to the highlights in the beginning of our video. And then if you want to watch that hour, go right ahead. And if you want to watch the Michigan-Ohio State game, it's right there. As I said, Bo went for it on 4th down 3 times and didn't make it, and they lost the game. There you go. Phil, all right, take it easy, professor in class. Catch you next time. Okay, enjoy, Phil. Just watch the first. I put it like the first 5-10 minutes. The Truth About Russia Gold. Cool. I will watch it after this. It's just a half hour. Appreciate it, Professor. Thanks for the class. You're welcome, guys. I will see you tomorrow. And as far as I know, I'll just keep doing the class, mostly on what's happening with the gold and the economy and the war and how it's relating to us, how to save us, what's going on with gold and silver, because that's just, you won't know that. We can talk a little football or sports and then poker and women and all the rest of our fun stuff. All right, everybody. Have a nice night. Take care. www.teaserking.com. Thanks very much.